Hello everybody, welcome to Hyper Game Dev. My name is Lise. I love learning how to develop games. In particular, right now, I'm working on this game. It's just this idea I had. It kind of started with this like animation, this like drawing that I did with this like alien. And his aliens just like running forward. And the idea was like it's like a runner game, like maybe an endless or infinite type runner. There are these bars here that represent the health of your limbs, and this character is supposed to be like moving across space, but it's not. And then you have to like dodge obstacles, or your limbs get broken off, and then that changes how you can play the game. That's pretty much the like basics of it. So I've got a little progress so far. I'll show you where I'm at. What task am I gonna do today? I don't know. But there's plenty to do. There is plenty to do. I try to do these live streams as often as possible. I'm gonna be doing 2 a week for now, and I also do a game jam on Fridays. But for now, yeah, working on this game, I'm gonna be doing 2 devlogs live streams a week. I'm new to Godot. I don't know Godot well. All right, I am very new to it. So any help, any backseating, I accept. I wholeheartedly accept backseating. Now, I may be like, I'm not gonna do that, but I'm not gonna be mad at you if you try to backseat. But also, if you just want to say hi, stop in, check in, I appreciate it. So this is actually the state of it so far. I've done all of this on live streams, all this progress. Some of it I've done in members only streams. That's usually art stuff, so like visual stuff I do in the member streams. You can join the YouTube channel. If you hit that join button, you'll get access to a Monday live stream exclusive. So actually I do 3 devlogs a week, if you think about it. I'm gonna try to do another one on Tuesdays, but for now, I'm gonna keep my Tuesday open. So this is kind of it. And you see when we hit these obstacles, so if I hit the house, we lose legs. If I hit the tree, we can lose arms. We can actually lose our entire body. But that's not what the game is really supposed to be. The game is not supposed to be like you hit one thing and the entire body part disappears. It's supposed to be that you have like health, right, for each limb, and then those body parts will like start to degrade, and you can then level them back up. And the way you heal yourself is by eating meat. So that was kind of the other part of the game, is that you get meat, and that you get meat from eating humans, animals, all kinds of things like that. So I started out working on this game looks like half a month ago. Is that a metric anyone uses? Half a month ago. 13 days ago, I started working on this, and it's gonna take some time, but hopefully it's a small enough game that we can actually get there. Again, my whole Godot journey is chronicled here on YouTube. And then on Monday, I did some Blender stuff where I made this house in Blender, and that's what you see in there. So that was kind of interesting. What do I want to do today, though? What do I want to do today? I do want to remind you, if you're not subscribed to this channel, I hope you'll consider hitting that subscribe button. If you hit the subscribe button, it's gonna blast confetti. Oh, it's so nice. It's like, and it does colors, and it's fantastic. It's a wonderful event. If you press that subscribe button, I bet you're really gonna like the way it looks. So do that if you haven't already, and thank you again for tuning in to Hyper Game Dev. So what do I want to work on today? Today, I don't know. There's a lot of problems with this game. That is to say, there's a lot of things that I want to have in the game that aren't yet. For example, leg animations. I mean, I want us to be running, right, as this alien. I don't even know if this camera position is where I really want it. Some other things that I want to look at. I mean, the damage, right? Like, I want it to chip away at my health, not just immediately destroy things. Another thing to work on potentially, and I'm only going to pick one thing here, but of these things, one of them is what happens when you go off out of bounds, right? So like, I mean, right now you can just go out of bounds and fall off the edge. See, that's a problem, right? I don't want it to be that you just completely vanish when you hit the center of an object, right? I actually want the body to be like the main health, and you can like block, right? So that's another thing, right? Adding in different interactions that the player can do, whether it's destroying a tree, right? The trees can have hit points, and you can like break it maybe before you get to it or something. And then you can block as well. So there are a lot of little things. But what I'd also like to add in is I kind of want to make it loop. So if you go off to the side over here, I want you to come out the other side. That way we don't have to think about like boundaries or if it's an open world game or because the boundary, I could just do invisible walls, but I don't know. It just bothers me. To me, a loop is a little bit more immersive than an invisible wall, and like I don't know. It's just maybe I think too hard about game mechanics to say that an invisible wall isn't good enough. So that's something we could work on. There's also yeah, the obstacle placement in general, right? Like, I mean, right now, it's randomly generating one of 5 possible, little, this is already looking amazing. Hey, what's up? Good to see you, Psychonic. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, so this was some progress I made on the Monday members stream. I made this little house, and the cool thing is the house is something that I can change like the colors of here in Godot, and it's still the same object, which I think it's cool. And the trees I made on Monday as well. Why is it suddenly speeding up, slowing down? See, that you know what would help that be more clear, Default Cube? Welcome, by the way, Default Cube. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. You know what would help that? That's another thing. Well, leg animations, right? So if you could kind of see, like, basically I'm pressing. Let me turn on. Oh, so now you can see what I'm pressing here. So when I press W, it speeds up. And so the idea is that you can like run faster, right? Like if you want. And so if we had animations, that would be a little bit more obvious probably that you were running faster. But that's why it speeds up, because I'm impatient and I don't like it to be so slow. And I'm not sure what speed I want. But I guess the idea is like it could be like a speedrunner thing. Like if you wanted to like, try to beat the game more quickly, you could. That's, it's a prototype. The game's a prototype. Those things might change. So yeah, so I got a big menu. Maybe I should put a poll up. I don't know why you guys would care what I do, but I'm not sure what I want. Hello, Godot fans. I like and subscribe for more in-depth content. Gecko, you got it. Gecko is on point about that. That is absolutely correct. If you hit that like button and or that subscribe button, it'll not only help this channel grow, but it means you will be more aware of what I'm up to and what I'm doing. So thank you if you're able to do that. And thank you, Gecko, for reminding everybody. How you been, Gecko? Hope you've been good. Yeah. So, I don't know. I'm kind of thinking maybe like damage stuff. There's also like, I'd also love to have like projectiles, right? Oh, I know what I was gonna say as well. There's also, so there's 5 terrain blocks that are randomly being sent out. And then I've, stamped on some very specific things. So like, here, I'll show you how this goes. So this is one terrain block, right? And it's got all this stuff. And then this terrain block has all this stuff. This terrain block has this stuff. So these aren't randomized, but what is randomized is the order that these appear. So that would be something else to think about, right? Like maybe maybe the positions of things change. Maybe it's not procedural. Maybe it's not random, the order that these pop out in. Maybe I just build the levels myself. So that's another thing too, is like, how do I want to organize these levels and set it up so it's a little more fun. Oh, you know what would be nice? You know what I'd like to do is add a heal mechanic so I don't have to keep restarting the game. But that's supposed to be meat. Maybe we add in meat. Maybe that's what I do today. Now, I do need like a meat object. We could just do like a cube or something. And that's supposed to be something you click on. And the idea would be that the arms would like follow your cursor or your crosshair if you're using like a joystick. And then you can grab things in the environment and then eat them. I actually made some drawings about this. Gecko says, it's been a good winter so far, thanks. Love to hear it, love to hear it. I love winter. Winter is greater than summer any time of the day, any time of the day. What? Do you live somewhere where winter feels like summer? That's amazing. Look, I can respect it. I can respect it, but man, I don't know. I like it hot. I like it warm. It is not warm where I am, but that's okay. I got my hoodie. I got my little cat ear hoodie. I can stay warm. That's how I stay warm, with cat ears. But So they, I do want there to be like a face on this alien. So like whenever you grab like some food and you eat it, like you're kind of facing away, but then you grab something and it's like, and just like you get like a really obnoxious animation of it like mauling somebody. Um, so that is another thing. I'm not saying I could do all that today, but I think having a way to regenerate your limbs would be nice, but what's the point of being able to regenerate your limbs if there's no like health system? So maybe that's what I do today. I think that's what I'm going to do today. It'd be interesting to ragdoll the limbs lost. Interesting. So here's the thing with that is, I was kind of thinking they like either get shorter. I'm not sure exactly what happens, but so the idea with this alien is that it like its natural form, the alien's natural form is actually like this right here in the top left. Let me make that a little bigger here. It's actually this. This is the alien's natural form. And then what it does is it eats and it copies meat creatures, and then it grows these limbs. So the idea, I guess, would be that that's kind of a good, I kind of like that. Like maybe depending on like different objects, like if there's a sharp object that it hits, it can slice them off. I like that idea, actually. It's actually a fun idea. Geico says, I keep trying to learn Unreal, but it likes to crash and complain about VRAM. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. 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 Unreal can be like that. I like Unreal a lot. I really do. But yeah, it can be like that. There's things you can do, but at the end of the day, it can be like that. Good luck with that. Psychonic says, I live in the Middle East. Oh, okay. So yeah, winter anytime. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you're serious. I thought you liked the cold. Maybe it's like a little less hot. I have no idea what your weather is like, but I will say that is very funny. Like, of course you would like the winter. Um, no, honestly, it bums me out because like then there's less sun where I live too, and it's just like I gotta get like a lamp that emulates the sun. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I add in a system that each limb has 4 HP, right? And if you start to hit a limb, it loses HP. But then I gotta think about, okay, where do I represent the HP? I mean, for now, I feel like I could just put up some numbers on screen, or some progress bars. I don't want to think too hard about it right now. I'm just prototyping this game. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do today. I want to add in hit points for each limb before they disappear. Now, what I also would love to see is not just that the limbs disappear, but so this is another thing, is that the entire little head and body conglomerate fall down. Right? So like now you're not floating, you're not flying above these houses. You're actually now on the same level as those houses. That's the other thing I would like to figure out as well. That would be nice, but I think maybe hit points would be good. Maybe the limbs could change color based on damage taken. Ooh, that's a good idea, at least. And the reason why I say at least is because I think about folks with color blindness. Because folks with color blindness, now if we do like, the tones different enough, then even with color blindness, you'd be able to tell the difference between them. So I think that's still a good idea, for sure. And then I think I'd want also another way that you could also tell in addition to that. So I was also thinking maybe they get shorter or something like that. They could go green to black maybe, but good to be aware. Yeah. I'm so hyper aware of that because I just know so many people with color blindness, and it just seems like an important thing. All right, so I think it's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set that as my goal today. Why don't I put that in the chat? Why don't I pin that in the chat? Goal, limb hit points. I think that maybe healing. Big maybe. All right, that's what we're gonna do today. That's what we're gonna do. How do we do this? Now, how do I do this? Well, shouldn't be too hard, right? I'm gonna hit a save. I don't know, just in case. Just in case, I better hit save. Now, right now, the way this is all set up is, I mean, there's this scene node. This is like this main scene. There's nothing really going on here. It's just main scene. Let me see if I can zoom that in just a little bit. And then I've got, that has like the environment, the light, the camera, and then, oh, we can't just collapse that. That collapses everything. We have the ground, right? That makes sense why there be ground. The terrain controller, so this is what allows the, sets the code for the ground moving forward, the endless runner of it all. That's not really what we're going to look at today, so that's not much to think about. Character body 3D, this is maybe a little more relevant because this is the player. That's the player. I guess I should say that. Let's say that. This is the player. And that has a script on it. This is basically the default Godot player character script. I've made some changes. So, for example, we can only move left and right instead of up, down, left, and right. And I have the up defined a little differently so that it moves the terrain faster or slower. So that's pretty much what this sheet does, this script does. And now on each area body, that is to say each body part, there is a script. And this is a script, we might want to be looking at this. And I don't know if we need to have a script on each body part, but currently we do have that, so that's just true. Psychonic says, having short-term goals is so underrated. Every time I start up Godot, I get distracted by everything I want to add/fix. I mean, if you think about it, those are short-term goals. But I guess it becomes like a pile of short-term goals, and now it's like, I hear you, and I struggle with this too. And I think live streaming, personally, or just, it has helped me because it's like, okay, today, this is my task. I'm setting one task. I have to do it in this time frame, period, and that's it. Yeah, it is underrated, and I underrate it until I live stream. Then I have a reason to do it. I'm not saying you should live stream to solve your problem, but honestly, even just like having a log for yourself can be helpful to some degree. But that's what works for me. Gecko says, in Dreams, I started keeping an in-game feature and bug tracker to help me focus and prioritize. Yes, 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 yes. Speaking of, I do have that as well. Just a sculpt that you spray paint words on? That's amazing. That is actually extremely impressive. Yes, I actually have been doing that very thing. Thank you for reminding me. So like we have some bugs, well, only one so far, and then different things to work on, ideas people have. I mean, Gecko was talking about limbs change color as damage increases. And then we've got default cube, mention limb, ragdoll on damage / cut or something. Yeah, I really want them to be floppy. Like, that's a big dream of mine, is to have these limbs be floppy. I want them to be flopping all over the place. But that's kind of a whole task unto itself that, I don't know. I'm really, really interested in having more of the gameplay feel like it's there. So that's what I'm gonna do. So anyway, so we've got these body parts. All the body parts have their own script on it, and right now that body part, all it does is it sends out. Well, it has these variables that says, "Hey, I'm connected to the player," and in addition, I am also. This is fine, right? I renamed this, but this is just defining the type, right? Like the limbs still go away, right? Let me just check this, make sure. Yeah, okay. Anyway, so this is saying, hey, I'm on the player, character body 3D, and hey, I'm a mesh instance 3D. And then it has this variable for the obstacle. I don't think we actually need this, technically. And what this in theory would be pointing to is this obstacle script. And this obstacle script is what allows those limbs to be hurt. And so all it does is it connects a signal, the area entered signal, that is to say when the limb crosses an obstacle. it's going to not only, it's going to print what body part it sees. So down here in the output log, it'll say, I see the arm. And it'll also say, I see the arm on the player. But the most important bit here is that it hides the mesh. So that's all it's doing right now. Whenever a body part enters an obstacle area, it's going to hide the body part that it sees. So it's looking for, what do I see? I'm going to hide that which I see. So kind of what I need to do is say that not only, or really instead of hiding that body part, I want you to damage that body part and start to lower that body part's HP, is pretty much what we want to do. So I think that's most of everything. Oh, there's also the collision. So these are the body, these are like the actual meshes for the body and the alien. And then there's separate collision nodes here for each body part, which in theory, I'd love to be able to turn those off, right? So then if you lose your legs, they no longer collide with the ground and your body falls down. I've been told that that's not going to work the way I think it will. So we might have to figure something else out and animate the player falling down to the ground. We'll see. But we'll see, that's for another day. So yeah, so let's do that. Let's figure out how to get some damage on this. So I'm going to actually set up some progress bars. I think that's what I'm going to do to start with. So, I want to organize this nicely. Should this be on the player? I mean, it's like a HUD, right? I'm not all up on best practices, but I think what I'll do for now, because the HUD does need to interface with the player. So I guess I should put it on the player. Or do I want that outside? Well, I do want to have like a message bus or like a node that exists outside of the main scene, so that way I can update the HUD along the way. But then again, we kind of have this obstacle script that can kind of, well, I guess it can't. All right, let's say this. Let's say on each... I don't know how I want to do this. Because if we have the scripts on each body part, and the body part is going to update... I say we do that. I say we have, because we do have a... we do have this script, and this script exists outside the main node tree, which means we can access it from anywhere, and it can access anything else. So what I can do is have the obstacle script update this to say, hey, this arm, left arm, has been injured, or left arm needs to have -1 health. And then this can say, okay, I'm going to tell the left arm now to have -1 health. I think that'll work. All right. So on the obstacle, let's go to the obstacle script and let's update that. Again, I'm very new to Godot. I'm here doing my best, figuring out what I can. Okay. So on the obstacle script, I'm going to add, instead of just hiding, I mean, we can keep the hide for now. I don't really want to hide it for now. I'm going to comment this line out for now and not worry about it. And instead, we'll say body part area dot, well, I kind of want to send it as information to the message bus. So body part area is checking to see what the name of the thing that overlapped it is. And I want to send that information kind of like a... I wonder if what I could do... How do I get it to send it as like just a message? I don't know. I'm gonna have to do some research here. GD script send... What would it be? Well, I guess it would be, because we're checking the body part area. So area body. Send area body name to another script. I don't really need to know how to do that. I just need to know, can an area boundary pass a variable? Because right now it's well, the mesh, I guess it's the mesh, right? So we want to say body area mesh. I'm not really sure the best way to do that. Send a signal to the script that holds the length variable. I don't know what I'm doing. Because I really want to communicate with that message bus first. So this function that's checking for area, I want to send it over there. Psychotic says you can just pass it when emitting a custom signal you made in the bus, like body damaged or whatever. Pass it when emitting a custom signal in the bus, like body damaged. So let me pull up the messenger. So you're saying emit a custom signal in the bus, like body damage. Man, it's times like these, it's like, wow, I have so much to learn. Like, I get how to set these up. Create the script, but then how do we talk with it? You know what, I'm gonna pull up, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pull up my reference videos. I have some reference videos. I have a feeling I have one that's gonna help me here. Resources. What you're saying makes a lot of sense, Psychonic Joe. I just don't know how to implement it.
Game Gems.
This is a tutorial about setting up a message bus from Game Gems. I'm not subscribed? Monstrous. See how good subscribing looks? Look how beautiful it is. So in the messenger, you can define a signal named body damaged. Then when the body is hit, you can do messenger.bodyDamaged emit body part area. Oh, emit it. So that's how we would communicate it. Oh gosh, chat saving my life here. Okay. Saving me some time, that's for sure. Collaborate. Straight up collaborator. Welcome to the team. You can define a signal named, in the messenger, we can define the signal named body damaged. Now you assume I understand what that even means. So if I say, I mean, can we really define, we can't just define our own signal, can we? It would have to be like a function of some kind. So I guess what I'd do is I might want to look, I mean, I don't even know what signals are available in this node. Because I think I have to hit play, go to remote, and then look at this messenger here. Then and only then. But it's still no signals. So I'm still not sure how to do that. You can do signal body damaged at top level outside any function. Oh, really? Wait, you can define signals like variables. No kidding! I did not know that! I did not know you could define signals just like you define a variable. That's very helpful. That's very helpful. Wow, that makes a lot more sense on how anything can work. Okay, all right, so we got signal body damaged. Wow. And then that's just now available as something we can communicate with. They're now your custom signal, so you need to manage emitting and listening to them. Dude, total brain, dude, exactly. Exactly. Talk about some lightning brain. Talk about some lightning brain, Gecko. I think you understand. I think you understand. Wow. Okay. Cool. So you need to manage emitting and listening to them. I love that. Okay, and then so then what you were saying was in the messenger, you could define a signal named body damage. So that's what we just did. Got it. Then when the body is hit, you can do messenger body damaged emit body part area. Got it. Sweet. And okay. All right, so let's come back to the obstacle script then. Do what you are saying that I do. Backseat me into greatness. You are a team member. So we first call the script. Oh, see, and then there it is, because since we defined it, it pops up as like since we defined it as something available to any script. I love it. It's beautiful. Seriously, you are a team member. You are a collaborator on this game. If you come through these streams and you give me like instructions on how to do things, I don't see that as like you stepping on my toes. I see it as you're here helping me make this game. Like, isn't that what indie studios do? You have people who like work together to make a game. Like, that's what we're doing, and I'm so thankful. You don't have to be here. Bless you for that. Bless you for that. Not because you sneezed, because I appreciate you, but if you did sneeze, bless you for that too. All right, so messenger. Body damaged. Dot emit body part area. Wow, you got skills. You got skills. Damaged dot emit body part area. What do we even have down for you as your credit? Because I do like to keep these credits up to date, and I'm trying to be better about it. You're the best. You're the best. Look at us being the best together. We're besties. Psychonic Joe, all we've got you down is Godot consultant. I mean, we can do better than that. I mean, certainly you've given me a lot of other advice, but we'll just say as well. What do we say for the other person? Obstacle detection? Let's say obstacle or damage message, damage control. It sounds like something else. Player damage. Let's say that for now. We'll just say that for now. All right. A little update. Keep that a little updated. Oh, now you know you're this is how you know you're famous, is if you're in these credits for this game. We will ride fame. We'll ride the fame train together. Probably, maybe. We'll see. Depends how it goes. Okay, so what this is doing, to make sure I understand it, it's calling the messenger script, and it's saying, look at the body damage signal that's contained on the messenger script. And then emit. Now, is it emitting the signal, or is it emitting the body part area? We've defined the body part area, because I like to make sure I understand this. When y'all come through and help me, I got to make sure I get it. So the body part area is in parentheses here, like as an argument, because we've defined this up here as an argument in this function as being what sends the message of which body part was hit. So it's saying emit the body damage signal from the messenger, or is it saying emit body part area to the body damage signal on the messenger? That would be my guess. Like, if I were to try to, like, you know, human language this, emit. And right, that makes sense, because it's dot emit. There's not a dot between. I know this is so rudimentary, but that's me. I'm learning. There's not a dot between the emit and the body part area, so these are together, meaning we're emitting body part area. We're defining what is being emitted, and that is body part area. And what we're emitting to is the body damage via the messenger. Got it. Okay, I think I understand. So now, when we go back to the messenger script, now it needs to receive that. So now that it's received that information, we want to interpret it and do something with it. I think I understand this correctly. It's emitting the signal, but it's carrying. Let me make sure we got this up. It's emitting the signal, but it's carrying body part. It is emitting the signal, but it's carrying body part area as a payload, I guess. Then, when you connect a function to the signal, the function will have access to the payload. What is a payload? What is a payload? Is that like an actual GDScript term or like a programming term? I think it's like a programming term in general. What is the term payload medium programming? I'm here to learn, man. Oh, bright mode. Jeez. Come on, man. Stack Exchange. What are you doing to me? Term payload is used to distinguish between the interesting information in a chunk of data or similar and the overhead to support it. It's borrowed from transportation. A tanker truck may carry 20 tons of oil, but the fully loaded vehicle weighs much more than that. So this must be something different. I feel like you're just using a word. Okay, it sounds like we kind of understand it, though. Then when you connect a function to the signal, the function will have access to that. So technically, it's not that it's emitting the body part area. Technically, the emission is the signal. And that's accessing the body part information or payload. We're saying, here, this is the payload, this is the information to access. Messenger body damaged, please emit yourself to get this info. You just named it. No. No. It's like what that signal is carrying. Gotcha. All right. So we're emitting, it's sort of like an emission is like here's body part, here's the messenger body part emit. Boom, it's grabbing it. It's like, here's info we're putting out here in this script. Here's the not the payload, that you just were using a word. See how influenceable I am? Here's the body part area information. Here's the messenger body damaged emission. This is emission. This is what emission is. And it grabs it. And now it's on the messenger script. So now that it's on the messenger script, I need to disseminate this information outward is my next step. Now I get to figure out how to do that. So I guess what I could do is come to each body part, right? And the body part can say, am I the one that was damaged, right? Let's get rid of this. I don't think we need that script on any of these, that variable. This is some other thing that I was doing that didn't turn out to be necessary. So let me just clean that up. Let me just clean it up. So I think what I'll do on each one, not saying it's the best way to do it, but it's the way I'm thinking to do it. So what I would say is, I guess we'd want to do like a function process. So it's like always checking for it. So let's put that in there. Embarrassingly enough, I'm going to go look for where that function process exists, because no, off the top of my head, I don't know how to set it up. That's who you're dealing with here. That's the newbiness that we have here. Function underscore process delta. I'm going to see if I can type it out to help me learn. I'm very new to Godot, you know. Function process delta colon done. Function typed. Genius. I'm gonna say, so if there's emitting, I would guess that there's like a different thing as well. Body damaged. So not only emitting, there's also like receiving or something. So you need to connect the signal. So in the script, you want inside ready. Oh. You'll do like messenger body damaged connect your function here. Oh. Wow. Was not what I was going to do. Your function here being the name of the function that you want to run when the signal is emitted. Wow. I'm such a noob. Okay, cool. Nice. All right. I can do that. I can figure that out. I can totally figure that out. I mean, I wouldn't have without your help, but now I can. You need to connect the signal. So in the script, you want inside. So we need to do function ready. I'm starting to think I should put the chat somewhere else. It's hard to know where to put the chat. It kind of changes. Function ready. Okay, I think we typed that correctly. And we'll say messenger body damage right, connect, right. I see. So we're adding, so that signal that we just created on the messenger bus, we're now connecting that signal to this limb in particular. Nice. And then we're going to name the function here. So, oh, I got to spell it right. Did I spell it wrong on the messenger? Or did I spell it wrong? Probably on the messenger. No, I didn't. Okay. We just spelled it wrong over here. We'll spell it right. Messenger body damage connect. I'm going to say damage detected. It's kind of long. That'll be the function. And then did I type it wrong? Identifier damage detected not declared. Oh, so we have to make that function. So we'll say function damage detected. And now that's been declared, and so we're safe. Got it. Understood. Your function here being the name of the function you want to run when the signal is right. And so then from here, we would have the subtraction. You're essentially subscribing to it. Like, hey, give me a notification every time you're emitted, and I'll do my function. That's still something I'm wrapping my head around. That function ready sets up things that can be used later on. I have this like mindset of like it has to be checking all the time, always be looking. But like that's so unperformant and unnecessary. And probably just wrong. Okay. Function damage detected, and now I need to set up where this damage is going to be represented. So I could even say, so what I was thinking, maybe instead of being on a per limb basis, well, it has to match, right? It has to match the mesh that this is associated with. Because what it's going to pass on damage detected, it's going to look, am I the same as this? So somehow I need it to detect if it matches the name, right? I mean, that would make sense. Because over here on the obstacle, it's set up just to send that information along. It's only sending that information along. And on the messenger, it's doing the same thing. It's just passing that signal along. It's not comparing. I almost think, I guess there's different ways I could do this, right? I could have like a singular HUD, like node tree, a control node with a HUD on it. Or I could have, it seems weird to like have like separate node pieces, like separate HUD pieces on different limbs. I almost feel like what I should do is have like a match on here and say, if it's this one, then update this limb damage information. If it's that one, update this other one. I feel like that makes more sense. So maybe that's what I'll do. Instead of setting it up on here, so I'm just going to yank this off of here and come to, we do have this detection areas node. And maybe I'll put this on here. I'd also want the control node for the HUD to be related. But I guess we don't have to have it be a parent of that. All right, thank you, Psychonic. Oh my gosh, you've pointed me in the right direction. You've like set it all up. Set it all up. So it's like, here you go, Lise. Now you can sail. You've set my ship to sail. Thank you for that. Good luck with what you're up to. Take care. And thank you for your help. Thank you so much. All right, so I'm gonna say, let's add a, what a champion, Psychonic Joe. Let's add a control node in here. Now it's gonna get lazy. Now it's gonna get a little lazy in here. I'm gonna add a control node, and we're gonna call this HUD. And I'm gonna add a script. Sure, it's the HUD script. Thanks, Iconic. So nice. I just love hanging out with y'all. Working with y'all. We're working together at this point. So on the HUD script, I'm gonna add all that stuff that we had set up before, the function ready, checking that damage detected, and then we have this function of what was detected. So I don't know if I need that body part area. I don't know if I need to define this as an argument. I kind of imagine I do, but let me try something. Let me try just printing it and see if it'll print. So I'm gonna come back to the obstacle script. I'm actually gonna take off the print from here. So what this is doing, this is on the obstacle script, and it's printing the body part that collides and the character. So down here, let me see if I can zoom that in a little bit here. A little bit, yeah. So down here, leg right hit on the player. So if I come over here, we hit an arm off. If I can do it. I'm just too good at this game. I'm missing it. Wait. Oh, shoot. Oh, it's hitting. Oh, yeah, we got rid of the hiding. Okay. Well, then you saw down here. Yeah, so it is updating whatever we hit. It's putting the name of that. So I'm going to actually remove this. So I'm going to cut this out, right? So now when I hit play, no longer is it going to report what it's seeing. And what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to come to the HUD script, and I'm going to paste these in here. Now, I have a feeling we have to define these. Yeah, we do. Okay. All right. Can I say body part area in here? That won't work. That won't work, will it? Will it? I don't know. Let's see if it prints it. I don't know. I have my doubts. Oh, no, that totally works. Let's go. Okay, good. Yes. So it sees the body parts that we're colliding with. And I don't just want them to print. I want them to match. I want them to compare what it's seeing with what exists in here, and then apply the damage accordingly. All right. So let's say, now I don't know that I totally remember how to do the match. So I'm going to actually open an old project where I did set up matching. And we're just gonna base it on that. I'm gonna look at my old code and I'm gonna see what I did. Cause I forgot. I'm new. I'm still learning. Sometimes I just gotta go back. Sometimes when I was using like Unreal and Unity, and not GDevelop, GDevelop was fast, but with Unreal and Unity, man, especially Unreal, it was like impossible to do this. Like to load another project to check things. So I would always check my live streams because that was faster. But now, since Godot is so fast, I can just hop into a different project pretty easily. Okay, so we come to player. Wow, this is tiny. That's tiny text right there. Is it? Now I don't remember which script. Maybe it was on the friends script. I don't remember which script had it, but one of these scripts has it. Here. Maybe. Maybe not. Here? Here we go. Match. Found it. So this was on the dialogue. So this was an old game that I might come back to someday, but I just kind of got a little bored with it. I realized I wasn't that invested in making. I do want to try to make it again someday. But the game was like a sort of narrative style game, and you would walk up to these people and talk to them, and then it was supposed to be checking to see which option you picked. And so depending on which option you picked, so we had to set up an array here. So if you picked option 0, it was matching the 0. So it was like an integer setup, where depending on if you clicked on one option versus another option, it would either increase or decrease this value between 0 and 2. And then if it was 0, then you must be on eager in this case. And then if that was true, then it would execute this code. So if we were choosing that option, it doesn't currently work because it got broken, but in theory, it did work for a time. It did, I promise. Assigning input integer to enum array. So if I want to make this work for this, so we want to say, instead of matching an integer, we're literally just matching the body part name with, well, I guess we would just define a name of something. So these were these variables that I had set up. Message type hover. Message type hover state. So I guess I would make like a variable for right arm. Or let's say arm right. And then that would be like the name of it. Whatever the name of that arm is. Arm name path. And then variable arm left. Arm name path, right? So then all of that. And we'd set that up for every body part. And then I would say match whatever that body part area is, right? So that body part area in that function that we created, I would say match that to these. And what it's going to do is it's going to check that variable. So if it's the left arm, then we wanted to change an enum array. It's a little wacky. I'm not saying it's the best way to do it, but it's a way that I know to do it. So that's what I'm going to do. It would change an enum array to this state, which would be damage left arm, damage right arm, damage body. Or we would say damage limb arm left, damage limb arm right, damage limb left leg, or whatever. Excuse me. Okay. All right, I think I kind of understand that. I'm going to copy this. And then what we do is when we do the damage stuff, right? Is we'd set up this to apply the enum array. I'm actually going to copy this whole section here, and I think I can figure it all out from there. So I'm going to copy all this. And let's hop out of this old project. I'm going to hop into my new project. I'm going to sort it out. We're going to sort it out. It'll be all right. Probably. I assume. Okay. Did it stop wrapping? Oh, I loaded the same project. I was like, why does this not look like my latest project? Because it isn't my latest project. That would be why. Okay. So I'm going to paste this code, and we're just going to modify it a little bit. And it'll probably, like, work. Who knows if it's the best way. But it's going to be that way. Oh, the wrapping maybe still is not there. All right, well, let me update it. Editor, wrap. Weird. Okay. So, in the HUD is where we want to do all this matching and stuff. And I would assume we want to do this in the process. I'm going to paste this all in here. We're just going to slap it all in. Now, as you can see, we get all kinds of errors because I haven't defined any of these variables. Now, wait, why didn't I set up? I thought I had set up. Did I not copy that? Maybe I didn't save it. We did it on one of the legs. Or arms. We just obliterated that logic. Maybe it's still in my clipboard. Maybe I just forgot to paste it. Oh no, it's right here. What? I was on the wrong script. I see, I was on the wrong script. I'm like, what's happening here? Oh, I guess we want to do it on the function we created. Okay, so let's do it there. Let's paste it all in that. I was like, what do we even... I forget sometimes to check what script I'm actually on. Little habits. Still gotta work on those. So we're on the HUD script now. I've pasted all this in here. We want to match, not message type hover, but body part area. So hopefully this line will now be sufficient. It is. Satisfied? Whatever. These integer numbers, we don't really want these. That's going to be a little tricky, right? Because I guess the 0, 1, 2, 3, because that's not what's going to be coming from body part area. So I guess I actually need the names of these in order for that to work. I need to comment all this out so we don't crash from error chaos. And let me just make sure these names are what I think they are. So we've got area underscore arm left. So will that be enough? Because you can see it's also printing all this extra information, right? This like area, whoops, hey. This like area, wrong zoom. 3D number 309, all that stuff. So I mean, I'm guessing I only need area underscore leg L and not all that extra stuff. But maybe we do need the extra stuff. I'm not sure. We're gonna have to experiment a little. So I'm gonna assume that we don't need all that extra stuff for now. And if it turns out we do, whoops. So I'm gonna set up area leg right, or let's do body, area body. See now that, okay, no, that's fine. Good, area leg right. We're just gonna go down the line and set all these up. I think we have to define these as variables. That's gonna be tough. So I guess this might not work because it's not gonna necessarily know what to look for from body part area. Maybe we could even say like a, let me look at the match documentation, because that's obviously not gonna work. And I'm not exactly sure why. String right. Yeah, kind of. Does a simple expression match, also called glob or globbing? Oh, really? It's called globbing, where star asterisk matches 0 or more arbitrary characters, and question mark matches any single character except a period. An empty string or expression always. I don't think this is what I want. I don't think this is what I'm looking for. Oh, and we just closed that. I think I want something different, right? I need to look up tutorials. GDScript match method. Just teach me how to use it. Match statements. Whatever it is supposed to be. That's from 2020. Let me check out this one. Game Dev with Drew is the YouTube channel.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my GDScript
I'm learning.
tutorials.
I'm here to learn.
Today we are looking at what are called match statements. I love match statements because they're very similar to something in C++ called switch statements.
Yeah.
What match statements are is they check, they're very similar to if statements. They check if something is true, and if it's not, it runs something else. So what you're asking is, why would we use if statements? I don't know. I love to use match statements rather than if statements, but, you know, we'll see.
All right.
So let's delete all this, and we'll keep our variables, though. So we're going to make a match, and we're going to match our variable C. And then with match C, it's going to you can make.
But see, this is a little
cases.
simpler, right?
So we're gonna see
because it's just like a number.
If it's hello.
But what if I want it to be?
Why do I keep on adding
to match an object?
That afterwards. So if it's hello, we can just do print hello. If so, it's like this hello,
this is fine.
It will print.
But it's not quite what I need.
Hello. And if
I'm gonna speed this up. It's 2 minutes, but I need it sped up.
Poop. I don't know.
Poop.
It'll be poop. You don't have to set this print to whatever this is, but we can just do that. So when we run this, we're gonna see that it says hello. But if we change this to our lowercase hello, we're gonna see that it says hello. We can change this lowercase hello to like whatever you want, and we can run it, and we'll get that. And if we change it to poop,
I gotcha.
I mean, obviously it's gonna say poop. So that's all I really have to show you with match statements. Match statements are very powerful because you can check if like inputs are pressed or if a sound is playing, if sound isn't playing.
Match.
They're very powerful, but this is just very simple.
Object
variables.
Name. It's kind of more what I'm looking for. How can I retrieve the name of a colliding body? It's kind of what I'm looking for. It depends on whether you're moving with move and collide or move and slide. Print collider name, right. Not exactly what I'm looking for, though, unfortunately. Match body get groups. I wonder if we could... The hard part for me is figuring out how to know what I should set the match to be looking for. I get the basics. 1, 2... Oh, the underscore is a special pattern that matches everything. It's common to use as a fallback when no other patterns match. Oh, maybe that's what I want. Maybe I want an underscore. Let's try that. So it'll check everything. That's good. Yeah, whatever comes through. Right? Is that good? Or is that a problem? So if we say underscore... But the thing with that is it's not really checking if these are the same. It's just saying, if I see anything, then do something. But really what I wanted to say is, if you see something in particular that's coming from body part area, then do something. Maybe I need to type out that whole line, like we saw it. I don't know. The thing is I don't know how it would know to, like, not say, hey, that's an error. I don't really know how it would do that. Let me comment this out. Restart the game. Hit a collision here. And then I'm going to copy this entire line that's being printed out. The entire line, I'm going to copy it from the output. I can't imagine that this is going to work. But I'm just curious what happens. Sees it as a problem. Yeah. It doesn't surprise me. And surely I couldn't just put this in here. Yeah, it sees that as a problem. Because it needs to know from body part area what to match it with. And it can't, I don't think it can't like run that ahead of time to see what those things are. So question, where was the input integer? Right, because that was coming from body part area. So maybe we do need to go to the arm. I feel like that's what I should do. And then we should set an integer from the arm. From the okay, I know what we do. I know what we do. I've figured it out. My brain is okay. Okay, I know what we do. I still need to comment all this out. For sure. For now. what I need to do is we need to go to each individual limb script and indeed set up this function to check to see what body part was hit. And if a body part is hit, it's going to say, hey, I was hit. And then it's going to assign a value to an integer variable. And then that's going to be picked up by the match, since that's something match would be happy about. Okay. So if I am detect, now I still got to figure out how to say that I'm the one that's detected. We know to hide it. We have figured that out, right? So if it says body part area mesh hide, I guess what I actually want to say is not hide, but mesh. I wonder if it'll let me. So if I define a variable in the body part, let's say variable damaged, true or false. So it's going to be false to start with, right? This is left leg or the right leg. It's starting out not damaged. Okay? It's not damaged to start with. Now if I come back to the obstacle script and I say, instead of hiding something, body part area dot mesh dot damaged, I have no idea, equals true? That can't be correct. I mean, it's not giving me a problem here. But I have my doubts about that working. So leg right. Here's leg right. I don't really need to worry about any of this right now. I'm going to make a process function for now. And I'm going to say print damaged. And let me actually not have these be printed. Let's pass this for now. And on the HUD, I'm also going to comment out these prints, so that way we don't have a bunch of printing happening. So what I should see is when that arm gets damaged, it should report true. Instead, we got a crash, and that's because this is not set up right. Hey, Frank, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I love little cute doggy dog. He's such a cute little dog. Hope you've been doing well. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for hanging out, seeing what we're up to. I am trying to figure out a way to set up a limb damage system. Right now, the best that I had set up, let's bring this back in, comment this line out. So the best that I've had set up so far is in this Endless Runner game, when you run into obstacles, it just makes a body part vanish. The body part is just gone. What I want is for it to subtract health from each body part every time you hit something. So you can see the body parts just disappear. But what I want is for those body parts to have damage that goes down. And so I'm trying to figure out, I'm so new to Godot, I know so little, but I'm getting there. And I'm puzzling out a way to do that. I've had some help from Psychonic Joe in the chat, and now I'm taking it away to see if I can figure out a way to do it. And so one of the ways I'm trying to do it is communicate with a variable that's on each body part. And I'm not really sure how to do that, but maybe I'll figure it out. So I tried saying equals. What if I make it like an argument like that? This probably won't work, but we'll find out. So let's run it and see if we hit a problem. Probably. Looks like we... It would appear something went wrong here. Non-existent function damage. So that's looking for a function. So I need to somehow tell it to be looking for a variable. I'm not exactly sure how to do that. Would I say like variable damaged set to true? Maybe? Yes, variables. They really make the world go round when it comes to games. Now, this is not the proper way to put this. Expected end of statement after expression. Maybe we put this in a parenthetical? No idea. Something went right. Trees are small. They are. That's true. Expected expression as the function argument. So that's just what I'm not sure of, is how to communicate with that variable that's on here. What if I just say like this? Expected statement. Oh, okay. Found indent instead. What if I don't put an indent? Expected end of statement after variable declaration. Oh, that's checking. So I think we want it to be equals. I'm not saying this is gonna work, but I'm gonna try it anyway. So it's not working because it's still reporting false. This isn't true yet. So it's not actually seeing it. But we're not hitting an error. It just doesn't have a variable damage to set to true. It doesn't know to check the mesh of this. So I need to figure out how to... Let me see. There's a way I can ask this online, and I just have to figure out how to do it. So I want to access a variable on an object, on a script, access a script's variable via this exported. So this is this mesh, right? Maybe we can't do it that way. I mean, previously we had this like player body part area dot player, right? Gecko, I know you must have messaged somebody. I think you typed in the wrong chat box. That's what mods, that's the mod life, right? You gotta be in multiple places at once. That makes sense. That makes sense. Or maybe you're congratulating Psychonic Joe. That actually makes sense. I see. That's what you're saying. I was like, who's Joe? I just think of like Psychonic. Oh, you know, Psychonic. I see. I gotcha. Quite alright. I think of like the first part of a username. I forget there's more parts to people's usernames. So if this is body part area dot player, so what this is doing, right? And this works. This works. So if I uncomment this, right? We'll see whenever we run into things, assuming I didn't leave something out of the way. So every time we run, I mean, the false is taking over, so you can't really see it. So let me fix that false. So that way that's not spamming everywhere. But whenever we hit things now, it's saying what the player name is. Whoops. Invalidate index mesh. Oh, because this isn't doing anything. Okay. Here we go. So whenever, what, stop it. What you talk about? What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Invalidate index player. I must have commented something important out. That's the only explanation here. Is I've commented out something important. What did I comment out? Player mesh. Expected indented block after declaration. What have I done? What have I done? I have broken so many things. Guys, I need to set up GitHub like immediately. I'm just coming in here breaking things. Oh, because we need to pass this. That's why that wasn't working. I see. So if we're going to comment that out, we now have to say pass. And then that was breaking. I see. Okay. All right. Hold on. All right, now it's working. That was the problem. I commented something out without passing after this, which meant it was trying to keep running a function after that. Okay, anyway, so now whenever we hit this, what's going to happen is it's going to report the character name. The way it's doing that is on this obstacle script, we have, or not the obstacle script, evidently. Put that on the HUD. Here we go. Body part area dot player. Body part area dot player. So that's how we get a variable. So if we just do dot something, then that's the variable. So maybe that's my problem. Ooh, that's my problem. I see. Okay. So I'm gonna come back to the obstacle script. Instead of saying var damage true, we say body part area dot damaged equals true. That's what I need to do. I don't need to say mesh. Mesh is a separate variable. We don't need to declare double variable. Okay, I get it now. So let me come back to the HUD, or the body part itself, and let me put print back in here. We don't need the pass. And so now it should maybe, let me make sure we're not printing this either. And this is also going to have a problem because this doesn't have a pass. So I got to add a pass in here. Okay, so it should maybe... Oh, this doesn't work. Invalid set indexed damaged. Isn't that what I called it? Now that isn't on every... Now the thing is I haven't added this to every mesh. So maybe I have to put this variable on every mesh. Maybe. So let me just do that. So this is area body. Leg right has it. Leg left will have it. Arm left will have it. Arm right will have it. We'll all have it. Okay, so they all should have a damaged variable on it now. Do we still get that error? We don't. And look, it says true. Yes. Victory. I would have put both my arms up, but I had shoulder surgery recently, and I can't put the other arm up. I can put one of them up. Nice. Let's go. Let's go. Yes. Okay, these little victories, oh, they're so satisfying. Okay, cool. So now that's true. That's wonderful. That's great. Now, we don't know which one is true and false. We don't know which one is true and false, but right now that doesn't really matter. And we do need to set it back to false. So, okay, so we're going to focus on, let's focus on the left arm for now. Although I guess I was doing, what did I start? I guess I started setting up the right leg. Honestly, it'd be easier to do an arm, I think. We can do the leg, whatever, it's fine. All right, we'll do the leg. So this is the right leg. It just means that when I want to test it, I have to make sure I'm only damaging the right leg. So I gotta make sure I find a house. I gotta avoid all the trees. So it still says false down there. And then I hit that. Now it says true. This is good. This is very good. Okay. So, when it hits... Now I have a question. What if I, instead of putting this in process, what if I put this in the damage detected function? Is it just... Does it update just as readily? So we got to check the right leg. That's where I made this change. It does, and look, it's less often. So now it says true, and it's not updating constantly. I have a few questions. Why did it do that? Because I only changed this in this one. So unfortunately, oh, we don't have a great success yet, because it doesn't matter what body part it is. It's not actually checking against a certain body part. We have a problem. We have a problem. So I think what we have to do is we have to export the variable. Somehow, so that's why I wanted to have the mesh there. Because first it has to say, I am this mesh. Yes, I am the mesh that you were looking for. And I'm damaged. On the obstacle script, if we say body part area mesh hide, it's going to hide that. So if I uncomment this and bring this back into reality, what's going to happen is whichever limb we collide with, bam, it disappears. A specific one will disappear. Now this was help. I had help from Thought T. someone in the chat who helped me set this up. I kind of know how this works, but I need to now decode this a little bit to understand better how it works so I can apply it in a different way. So this knows exactly which thing was hit. It knows which one was hit. And I need the same thing to happen, except instead of making something hide, I want it to update a variable to true. That's the difference. So if we have body part area mesh hide, so of body part area, specifically, it's comparing somehow against the mesh. And the mesh, if we look at the body part, mesh is defined as this mesh instance 3D. If we come to the inspector here, we can see we've export variabled it as alien leg right. So this way it's gotta be the same thing. And that's what this export variable has done, is it's let us specifically drag and drop this mesh as the thing. So we kind of need to say, first, is this condition sufficient? Well, it's not really a condition, is it? It's really just applying a hide relative to this name of a thing, which is why we don't actually need it to be on each body part, right? We don't even need it to be on each body part. We could have, maybe I should do that. Maybe that would make this a little more obvious to me and a little more clear, right? All right, I'm experimenting here. I'm really just trying to learn stuff, so I'm going to try to just figure this out. I'm going to attach a script here to the detection areas node. This is a parent of all of these limbs that we have all these scripts on. That I don't think we need all these scripts on. I think what we can do is we can come to this detection areas script. We can set up some export variables. And instead of saying mesh, we can say arm, or we can say mesh arm, or let's say body first. Mesh body. I could set up another export variable here. And instead of mesh body, and it should do the same thing. So it doesn't, we don't actually need separate scripts for each part. Mesh leg right. Same thing again. Leg left. Add another one. And I think this is going to just make it a little more clear to me. It's just going to make it like make a little more sense. Which I think can just help with just making things work. Is if I'm trying to problem solve, especially with text code, which I'm still very new to, it can help me to have it make sense looking at it on the surface. Okay, so now we have, what we're saying with the export mesh instance 3D is now, when I click on this node, we have all of these little things open up here. Let me zoom it in and get my zoom set up right. So we can just see what we're working with. So up here, this is what the export, the @export is doing. Is it's giving me all these things that I can assign here. And see, these are the names that I gave it. Mesh body, leg right, leg left, arm right, arm left. And so what I can do is I can say, okay, I'm going to drag from my node tree, area body, over here, and I'm going to assign the body to that. I mean, that immediately didn't work, and it wouldn't let me do it, and I don't know why. So that's interesting. Oh, is it because it's already assigned somewhere else? I see. So I think I have to unassign it over here, because we had these export variables already assigning things. And I think we need to unassign them. So here's alien body assigned to another script, right? So I think I need to expunge this. I'm actually just gonna, I mean, I should save where we're at. I should be on GitHub. That's what I really should be doing. But here we are. I'm going to get rid of that from here. So now it's not in the inspector anymore as something I can assign. I'm going to come back to here. And I'm going to the detection area script. And I'm going to see if we can drag this over here to the inspector. So I'm going to grab area body. Oh, still doesn't let me drag it. So then I just don't understand why. Now I just don't understand. Why is that not letting me assign? What is it about this? Is this, oh, it's an area 3D. Oh, I'm dropping the wrong thing on here. That's why, guys. It wasn't because we had it in 2 places. It was not because I had it in 2 places. It's because I'm dragging the wrong thing. It's supposed to be a mesh instance 3D. I'm dragging an area body 3D. That's what these are, area body 3Ds. I need to be dragging the mesh instance 3D, which is down here. So it's not about there being multiple. It's about me dragging the right thing. So I'm gonna try it again this time. We're gonna click on detection areas, and I'm gonna grab the mesh and try to drag that in. I'm gonna attempt to do this. Let me try clicking on it instead of dragging. Okay, this works. So now we have the list here, and I can click on this, and then it's assigned. Boom. So that worked. But can we not drag it? I believe you if I can't. Let's get the right leg. It might be because these are instance editable. So you can see these are yellow. I think that might be why I can't drag it. So we'll just be okay with that. And we just have to click and assign them. All right. See, I'm still learning. I can barely teach at all because I'm still learning. Okay, we got leg right. So what I'm doing is I'm just clicking on assign here, and it's letting me choose these mesh instances 3D. All these are grayed out because none of these are mesh instances 3D. Okay. So I'm going to say leg right, assign leg left. It's fine that I'm detaching those export variables anyway, because I do need to. I do need to anyway. Oh, maybe if I wanted to drag and drop it, I needed to come to can't operate on nodes the current scene inherits from. Okay. If you say so. If I were to open this up, right, where they're not yellow, I bet we could. Now I'm just curious. If I click on detection areas, we get all these, we have the left arm still to do. If I click on this, oh, then it just goes away. Okay, so we can't drag it. I was just curious. Okay, so we'll assign it. We'll just be normal. We'll just assign it. Arm left. Okay, there we go. So these are all assigned. And then the player is looking for a character body. That's that. Okay, now that's been assigned. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to keep up with it, though. We could actually just remove all these scripts, technically. I mean, I started coding this stuff out. I'm just going to take this off of here. And I'm going to put this on our detection areas. It's really the only place we need it right now. Let's paste that on here. And then I'm going to comment this out for now. Type pass, so nothing happens. Okay. And then I'm going to remove the scripts from all the limbs. I'm a little overconfident there, but I'm pretty sure we don't need a script because it's getting kind of monotonous to have a script on every single limb. So I'm just going to pull them off of there and assume this is going to be the way. Okay. So now that we have mesh body, leg right, leg left, arm left, this should actually work. It should just work. Unless I've missed something, which is entirely possible. Indeed. Invalid get index mesh. Oh, we have to define... Right. So now it says mesh hide. But we changed it, right? Now it's mesh body hide. Right? Now it's body part area dot mesh arm right hide. So we have to actually type out every single one of these. Arm left, leg right, leg left. Okay, let's try it now. See if it works. See if it hides them. Oh, no go. Is body the wrong name? It is supposed to be body. So maybe I haven't connected this all the way correctly yet still. Extends node 3D. Come to the obstacle script. Body part area. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, how does it know to talk with this script? Invalid get index mesh body on base area 3D. Because these aren't area 3Ds anymore. It's a node 3D. So this would have to be an area 3D in and of itself. That's why. Oh, I feel silly. I feel a little silly. That's not gonna work. Do you see why? Because we're getting this from an area function or an area node. This isn't an area node, so that's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. These are all area nodes. That's why these worked. In theory, what I'd have to do is have, I mean, I could make it an area node, but that wouldn't work. So I'd almost need to have each limb indeed have a script of its own. We've detached these scripts. They still exist though. We just have to reattach them. So let's try this. We're really out there at this point. Let's reattach this script, the right arm. And I would want to say, I guess all I would have to do is just somehow connect this to the parent script. Because it could still detect these things. Okay. Let me see if this is making any more sense to me. It's hard, man. I like, this is why I do like visual scripting. Because I can't like see everything at a glance here. And I know a lot of people who do text code get really confused by visual scripting. But I'm the opposite, which I know is the inferior position to be in. But it's the way that I am. And so it's frustrating for me to have these bits that are all hidden in these different scripts and then be able to unify them all in my brain. But we'll get there. It almost makes me want to draw out a visual map of everything. So I mean, if I reattach all these scripts, arm left, arm right, we just did, body, leg, leg. Reattach all those. Everything's gonna work fine again. Unless it's gonna run into errors. Because we gotta change all this here. Back to just mesh. So reset that. Non-existent function hide. Why would there be the because these might not be assigned anymore to the export variable. Yeah, they're not assigned anymore. So it doesn't, so we also have to reassign all of these. No, I don't think it unassigned it. I think maybe I unassigned it. or because I removed the scripts that unassigned it. Both tools are good, but can get complex and unwieldy at different times. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. They do have different advantages and disadvantages. That's really true. Visual mapping is a great tool for project organization. Yeah, right? It's like, it's hard to do though, because like, how do I know my visual map is going to be correct? If I'm still trying to figure out like if my text code is correct. So like, yeah, I feel like once I get a better hold on text code, I'm gonna probably do that. Where are you detecting the collision? Welcome back, Psychonic. Yeah, so so basically I kind of just went in there and started like moving things around and changing things because um let me just put this back. Where am I detecting the collision? So this was Thought T helped me set this up last week. And the system, and it works really well. It's like, and Thought T had also said that we could do the same thing without spreading it across multiple scripts. And so I was just like, oh, I can figure out how to do that. I could not. Well, I could, but that's not what I ended up doing, and I thought that I could be doing. Oh, we got rid of the export variables on these, so I need to add these back in. So let me just put it back, and then I think I can explain how that's being detected. So I'm setting up all these export variables on here where we're assigning these mesh instance 3Ds. So these mesh instances here are the alien's body parts. These are the actual player body parts. And so I'm assigning them on this export variable. Yeah, right. So I was kind of trying to figure that out on my own, and I think I still could, but the problem is I'm still trying to understand how it works in general. So I gotta like kind of do that first before I can sort it out. So now all of these limbs have the same, they have their own scripts, but each script has the same code, and it's this. And it's exporting the player as a variable and the mesh as a variable. And then we're assigning them here in the inspector. So I'm going to do the last one, which is the left leg. Okay, and so now we can run into things and we lose the limbs as we should. Looks like I didn't set up the left arm correctly. But other than that, we're not running into big issues here. What's wrong with the left arm? What's wrong with the left arm? Oh, I put the left arm as the left leg. That'll do it. Okay, so this is with a separate script on every limb. And I wanted to try to put it all on one because I realized it was going to make probably things easier for the hit points I'm trying to set up. And so what I started doing was setting up all of these, the script on this like parent node here. This detection areas node, I started setting up a script over there. And it has a separate export variable for every body part. The problem with this is the obstacle script is looking for an area 3D node. It has to be an area 3D node, or else this signal function won't work because it's only deriving from an area 3D. So this didn't work. And all of these body parts are all area 3D nodes. So they're able to function with the obstacle. So what I would need to do then is to somehow have it check on each limb. Yes, and this is kind of what I'm trying to figure out in general. Like right now, it can tell each limb to hide, right, on the obstacle script, which is great. I love that it can tell that to hide. What I wanted to do as well is I wanted to say, hey, I'm the left leg. I just got hit. And then that update an integer value in the detection areas script. And in the detection areas script, I want to compare that integer value to a health bar. So each limb has its own health bar. That's the idea that I have. I'm not saying that's the best way to do it, and maybe there is a better way. I'm open to suggestions, but that's the way that I'm, Lee's brain trying to figure out how to do it. So, um, so what I was thinking was I have this, since each limb already can be hidden on an individual basis, I wanted to find a way to have a variable on each limb be updated on an individual basis. And then that be reported to this parent node that says, okay, so like, for example, on the right leg, if this one goes to true, if on the right leg damaged goes to true, it's going to set a variable integer to like 2. If it's the left leg, it'll set it to 3. And then that variable will be on this parent node. And then it'll match, if it's 2 or 3, it'll match that with the progress bar that brings down the HP. That's my idea. And so the struggle that I'm having is figuring out how to update a variable on each individual thing. So now that I've kind of played around, made some mistakes, learned some things, maybe I can piece this together. So the area 3D, it's checking the area. So this is already going to say, I see area leg left. I see it. I already see it, body part area. And on that body part area, but we need to connect it to the mesh because the mesh is getting hidden on a per body part basis. But see, guess what's confusing to me is it seems to be updating every single mesh's damaged variable instead of only one of them. So if I say, okay, so let me try this. We say print damaged. Can I do like print damaged, comma, leg right? And so that should print, I don't know exactly how that works. Yeah, so there's true leg right down here. But it prints that no matter what body part hits. So I did not hit the right leg here, but the right leg is appearing as if it got hit. So it's not determining which body part got hit. It's just doing any of them. Function damage detected. So we set up, I guess, go back to the obstacle. Body part area damaged equals true. Maybe it's because of this other function I set up. Maybe because I'm doing from the message bus. I think it's because I'm using that message bus and I need to not be. Is that my problem? Dude, right? So, but then, I mean, then it's going to have to update constantly, right? Which is going to be a lot. In the hit detection, you're emitting the signal, right? Yeah. Well, you could connect to that signal in your detection areas node instead of connecting each individual area. In the hit detection, you're emitting the signal. And you're talking about what we created earlier. You could connect to that signal in your detection areas node instead of connecting in each individual area. Right. So then how would it know which body part it hit? And how would I take the information of which body part it hit and match it with a particular outcome? Is what I say, A, does what I say make sense, and B, does it make sense with what you said? I don't know. But I wonder, it's just out of curiosity. I mean, if I say function process delta, and this is obviously going to print, it's going to print so much, but will it avoid printing the other limbs if I do it this way. Oh, we gotta get rid of all this. For now. Okay. Okay, well we did actually, I gotta make sure we don't hit the right leg when that happens. Sometimes we start out, yeah, like that. Okay, but I need to not be hitting a tree right off the bat. Okay, so it says false. Oh, that seems to work. It's still false. Left leg I hit. Right leg is true. Okay, so I think that's the problem. I think the problem was I was calling the wrong function. I was calling a function that fires when any damage is detected, instead of calling a function that is actually checking to see what damage was detected. Now, I don't love that it's in the process. I kind of feel like I should be creating a function so it only happens at some times. I'm not exactly sure how to do that. What's up, Marion? Marion? Not sure how to pronounce it. I hope I did okay. In damage detected function, I think you can do if body area is set to self. Oh, self. Whoa. This is intriguing. Okay, let me try that. Then we can combine some of the stuff that Psychonic had set up along with... Ooh, welcome and thank you for this amazing tip. Backseating is most welcome here. New name, new face. Let me add you into the credits. Whether or not this pans out doesn't matter. You've helped me, and I appreciate it. We got to get you on this credits list. What's up, Entropy Tamed? How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping in. We got Marion, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Wittek? Wittek? We'll just say GC Godot Consultant for now. It goes pretty well, though, Entropy. I'm trying to set up a hit point damage system for individual limbs on my character in this Infinite Runner game. So I have this game where I just want to make. It's kind of a little game I want to make where you are this character who has these limbs that need to not be bumped into obstacles, or else you lose health on those limbs, and then you regenerate those limbs by eating meat, which doesn't quite exist in the game yet, but it will. And so my task today, I've decided, is to add hit points to the limbs, because right now they just disappear as soon as you run into these obstacles. And what I want to do is I want it to be like, if you get hit on the same limb multiple times by an obstacle, then that limb goes away. So that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. And I've got some wonderful folks helping me at times, and I always appreciate it. And this idea is very intriguing. So let me not use GitHub, unfortunately, for now. And we're just going to Control-Z our way back into damage detected. And so you're saying, if we do if body area is set to self, wow, that's very interesting. All right, I did not, dude, oh, that makes so much sense. If body part, wow. These are just the kinds of little things, the little, like, possible solutions that I don't have, like, in my brain library yet. So it's really helpful when you guys give me these tips, because then I'm like, you know what? Maybe next time I'll remember to do that. And then we'll say, if that's true, if it's set to self, expected colon, oh yeah, okay. If body part area is set to self, then print damaged leg right. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. I think it's working. It's working! Oh, wow! Because I was just like, how am I going to get the name of this thing? How the heck am I going to get the name of it and match it? Self! Self! Oh, that's amazing. Thank you, Marion. Oh my gosh. What? Self. Self. I love GDScript for that. I love that. It's so obvious. Like, it seems so obvious now. Amazing. Seriously, round of applause for Marion, for real. That is an amazing tip. You saved me. You saved me. Okay, cool. Well, let's keep moving. Great, so leg right has been damaged. That's awesome. We can set the same logic up, and I love that it builds on what Psychonic Joe had set up earlier. What the heck? That's amazing. The teamwork is just awesome. And let's put it in here, except this time we'll just say leg left. This is just, this is just debug. I mean, I probably don't need to do this, but I do. I mean, I do need to do it ultimately. I just don't necessarily need to print it. But at least so we can get some satisfaction that it all is working. Arm left, and then we'll do it for body as well. Body. All right, let's see it. Let's see it tell us everything. All right, there we go. Every body part has potentially been accounted for. Oh, because you can hit them multiple times. So that would be the next step too, is to have them set back to false, right? Now, just because they're hidden doesn't mean they're not detectable. So, that's something else to think about too. I mean, yeah, that's something to think about, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Because I guess at that point, it kind of doesn't matter, like if it keeps subtracting health and you're at 0, we just say that it doesn't go lower. If it's less than 0, it just stops running that subtraction function or whatever. Okay, cool. So now that that works, I want to have this information update that variable integer so it can start subtracting the stuff. I guess, I mean, a part of me can't help but think, do I even need to do it this way? Maybe. So I want to set up a variable on the parent node here, detection areas. We don't need any of these. We don't need none of these. We don't need this either. Psychonic says, just a passing thought, but since the scripts for the different areas are almost identical, you can make it into a class. Oh. So you only need to edit in one place. It's just a thought, though. So if I did do that, I guess I could make like a resource. I could have a resource for each limb. Interesting. And then that could update the value. So, because what I'm going to do is, and I don't know if this is the best, but this is what I'm going to do, is I'm going to have, if left leg is damaged, it's going to set an integer to 1, which isn't very human readable. So I want it to, I mean, I'd like it to be like an enumeration, ideally. So maybe we could do that. I could have it set like a string or something like that. But basically, I want it to set, you can have same script in every area. Right. And so then I would need to have it make a dictionary. Ooh, this is a new one. So this is something that I've heard about that I should be learning. I hear it's similar to an array, but it's a little different. Okay. All right, I think we got to learn about dictionaries today. Because this sounds like something that would be good to lay this foundation now, as opposed to later. And have to like go back and change things. Okay. So in terms, now I got to see if, can I figure out the class stuff on my own? We do have the obstacle as a class. The obstacle is a class. We have class name obstacle. So what I'd want to do is I'd want to say, I'd want to say class name limb or something. Body part health equals body for, oh, then you can do body part health arm. Oh, and that would be the dictionary, right. Body for, arm for, etc. I mean, they would be different, right? Oh, that's the health. I see, that's the health. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. So the dictionary would be for tracking the HP? I thought you were saying the dictionary for matching which limb has received the damage. I think I'm a little confused. I'm going to try to push forward, but I think in general I'm a little confused. If I had a new script down here in scripts, and I call this limbs, or just limb, I guess. Or a body part. I mean, I could call it body part because the body is also going to be kind of a limb. Dictionaries for keeping track of different HPs, yeah. Okay, I should actually rename this now before I start linking it to things. We'll call it body part. Okay, so we've got our body part script, and we'll say class name. Can we put spaces in that? Probably not. Or is that a colon? Or is that a colon that we need for that? Oh, it's nothing. Okay. It's nothing. Can we put spaces in there? I don't think we can. So we'll just say body part. Okay, beautiful. I don't know, I just want a space. Okay. This is programming. There's no spaces in programming. Okay. Class name body part. And so all the code that's in here, since it's identical, can we even do export stuff? I'm kind of curious about that. I'm not sure. I'm going to set up one just out of curiosity, see if that applies. I'm going to create a new limb just so we don't have to lose these. I'm just going to make a new fake limb. So if I add a child node and we look up body part. Oh, but I haven't defined what it is though. Make it extend area 3D and you can essentially copy the code from one of your parts and paste it there. Right. Yes, I can. What? I don't remember what I asked. Okay, so body. Oh, the space maybe is what you're responding to. Extends area 3D. Right, so we define that. Right, so now I can add a child node. And I can search body part. Maybe it takes a second. Save it or something. Add child. There it is. Body part. Right here. So now we have a new body part. Doesn't look like an area 3D. It looks like a regular node. Is it supposed to look like that? Let me look at our other one. Does obstacle stuff look like that? The obstacle stuff doesn't look like that. So I must be making a mistake somewhere. Let me try that again. Let me try that again. Let me just do that over. I'm just trying to set this up right. Add a child. It does inherit from this. Maybe there's another way to define it as that. I didn't know you can just add classes as nodes. Wow. Isn't this awesome? Isn't this awesome? Yeah, Fonty taught me this one. Fonty taught me this one. It just becomes available. It does. It doesn't look like I have to define this in any other way. So like here, this is my other one. My obstacle extends area 3D. If I add, oops, if I add an obstacle, does it look the same? It doesn't. So it actually has the area 3D icon on it. So there's something fundamentally different here, that the body part isn't showing up as an area 3D icon. So somewhere there's something I'm not setting up correctly. I'm not sure where. Because this one has it. This obstacle script does have that right icon. Are you extending? I believe I am. Extends area 3D. So this is on the body part class script. Bodypart.gd. Extends area 3D. And so if I go to search for it, add it as a node, and I search body part, it does come up, and it's a child of Area 3D, but it's just got like a regular node icon, which is weird. What's up, Mario? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in, saying hola. Hope you're doing well. I am trying to add some hit points to some limbs on my character in this little game that I'm trying to make as I learn how to use Godot. I'm very new to Godot. I know very little about Godot, but I'm getting better. And we're deep in some coding stuff. Right now, when we bump into these obstacles in this infinite runner game, the limbs just disappear. What I want in this game is for the limbs to take damage, and that damage to slowly subtract. And so I'm exploring different ways to set that up in the script, and I'm learning. I'm getting there little by little, little by little. Appreciate you stopping in though. Maybe I just just did it wrong. And what if I just create a new script? I'm gonna call it. I didn't even know you could add classes and nodes, and for them to have custom icons. I'm clueless, so that's fair. Just make area 3D and drag body part. This should work. Just make area 3D. That's okay. That's okay, Mario. I don't speak Spanish, but hopefully maybe sometimes they do translated subtitles. I don't know if this stream has translated subtitles. I feel like that's supposed to be a feature they're working on. I don't know if they actually have it ready though. But in theory, that's a thing. Closed captions. Oh, I can't even. I see. I'm going to try to start setting that up. I think there might be a way to do it one day. But today's not that day. No habla español. No habla español. Muy pequeño. Muy pequeño. Basically none, though. Lo siento. Okay, so you're saying just make area 3D and drag body part. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay, right. Don't try to add it in that fancy way. Just do it. Okay, that's fair. All right, I'll do that. So let's add a test one. I'm going to add a area 3D. And if I drag body part to that, the script will attach. Look, it changed it. It changed it to the circle. But it still knows that it's area 3D, so maybe it's just like a visual glitch. Because it still thinks it's an area 3D. So I have to think that it works. And if I put a collision in here, it's fine. If I come to the node, it's got all the area 3D stuff. So I think it's fine. I think for some reason, it just visually isn't appearing as area 3D. Maybe if I like restart the project or something, it'll show up correctly. That's about the best I can guarantee there, though. All right, so this is just to test it, though. So now that we have that, let me check the script, and we're going to paste all the stuff from this script. Oh, I know what I wanted to test. I wanted to try, so I'm going to paste all this in here. I'm going to try creating an export. I'm just curious. I mean, I guess this would work. No, this should work fine. I don't know why. Yeah, we should just copy and paste it. I don't know why I wanted to do a test one. I guess I didn't have trust, and I need to have trust. So you know what? Forget it. Let's just trust. You know what? Let's just trust. No more experiment node. I'm just gonna do it for all of these. So if I come to the body part script, I'm gonna paste literally 100% of it in there. If I can get my keys pressed correctly. Whoa. I did not mean to zoom in just there. Zooming, I'm telling you, zooming your script text window causes it to just have a conniption. All right. I mean, oh, we got an internet hiccup? Oh, we got internet hiccups? That's always fun. Let me try to keep an eye on that. I am going to try to keep a close eye on that. I might have an idea to help the internet be better, but I don't know if it's true. So maybe if we say print self, and then we could maybe say self elsewise. I don't know. All right, so there's a script. If I remove this from, so we're on the left arm right now, we've got the individual script. So I'm going to detach the one that's on there and instead put our body part script on here, which is going to, for some reason, make the icon different, inexplicably. But I wonder if we crash into it. Oh, but I need to set the export variables now, right? Because those are going to be different. Here. So now these are unassigned. So I have to reassign this. This is the left arm. Set the player right there. Okay. So this should function normally, except it should output something different. Yep, it worked. And that worked great. And it output arm left, area 3D, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's good. Nice. Nice. Cool. Thank you. That's beautiful. This saves me a lot of trouble. Let's detach all these scripts. Oh, I love it. Oh, that's so much better. That's so much better. So I don't have to do all of these. We can just use a class as a way to update these identical scripts across multiple nodes. Beautiful. So we'll just drag these to each of these parts over here. It's going to change their icon. And now everything should function exactly the same, except it's going to report. Oh, okay, hold on. That did not work. What did I do wrong? Oh, I do have to reassign all of the export variables. Gotta remember that. So here's the body. Reassign the body. It's a glitch, I think. It must be a glitch. It has to be a glitch. We need Thoughtty to spill their industry secrets. I know, right? Totally. Totally. Yeah, Thoughtty really is... You both are really good at this. Thoughtty is also good. I do wonder if we just restart the engine, if the icon will correct itself. I feel like it will. I feel like it will. Solo un poco. I don't even know what that means. I don't! I'm not smart enough. You shouldn't attach the class script itself. You should either change the node type to body part or attach a new script that extends body part. That's how it's usually used, at least. Ooh. Shouldn't attach to the class script itself. You should either change the node type to body part or attach a new script that extends body part. Whoa, you're blowing my mind here. You're blowing my mind here. So, and that would work? All right, let me try that with one of these. I'm setting up the alien body. Let me set up the assignments for that. And now for the leg. All right, let me detach the script. Because right now, you're just attaching the same script to all body parts. Right, and to me, that doesn't seem like a good thing. To me, that seems like a bad thing. Like, I feel like that's a bad thing. I feel like that's going to cause a problem. You don't need to do that if you want scripts to be exactly the same. Right. Well, that's the thing, is I do want there to be one difference. And that difference be that it can update a variable integer depending on which it is. So let me see if I can sketch this out. So this, and I'm not saying this is the best way to do this, but this is the way I've been thinking to do it. Okay, so we've got these different body parts on the alien. We've got, I'm just gonna sketch this out here. We've got a head. We've got an arm over here, a body, and some legs. The head and the body are really one thing. So, what I want to say is when it gets hit, so whenever it takes some damage, so let's say the arm over here takes some damage, I want that to send out a value. Let's say the right arm is number 3. So this will update an integer, number 3. Same thing on this other limb. If this one gets hit, then I want that to say number 2. And so on and so forth. So for each of these limbs, and I don't know if this is the best way to do it, right? But this would be a way, and then all this information, a way to send information to a parent node and have different things happen. I have a feeling this isn't a best way to do this. It's just a hunch. It's just a hunch. But in terms of having like differences, and maybe there's a way to do it where we say the self, right? So if each one, since one is almost identical, maybe we could have the self information be matched to update something. But I don't know how to do that, because if I'm, it's okay, let me finish drawing this out. This will be helpful. 5, and then one more for the body or the head, and this one will be 1. Okay. So then what I want is to have like a node. So let's make this a node. Call this parent node. I want this information to be sent to a parent node. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the parent node would, in theory, have a variable limb damaged integer, and it would be set to 0 or whatever, right? And then all of these would be updating variable limb damaged set to whichever number it's supposed to be. So then each, in theory, each limb script, whether it's a class script or individual scripts, would need to have a way to send its unique identifier to the parent node. And the reason why I want that is so that the parent node can then send information to a control node. So we could have another node here, and this would be the HUD. And again, this is just me puzzling things out the best I can. Maybe not the best way to do it. And so I think what would be ideal is if I didn't have to set these numbers at all, right? I think that would be ideal. Because then I wouldn't have to set a variable. What I would like is for it to say, you know, self. Right? I'd love for it to report itself using the class name, right, directly to the parent node. Just like, boom. Like, I am me, and I go here. And if that's true, then it knows which limb to damage. So on the HUD, you know, we would say damage limb 1 or something versus the other limbs. Damage limb 1 or damage limb 2, or etc. So ideally, it could just report itself directly and know, instead of having, say, limb 1 or limb 2, it could say, ideally, damage limb self, whatever that looks like. That would be ideal, but I don't really know how to do that. In body part script, export integer named something like ID. Oh, yes. That makes sense. 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 That makes so much sense. Okay. I'm going to try that. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. I like that. So on this one, so we have all the same logic. Let me go back to assigning all of these. Still got to assign all the meshes. This is leg right. Player is player. And we're going to create a new one for each one of these. Ugh. Mwah. Genius. And it's so obvious, like, now that you say it. But, like, you know, I was thinking like a resource, because I'm still kind of learning what is the best thing to use in certain scenarios. But it's really helpful when somebody has other ways to think about it. Or better ways to use enums, but I don't know if you're familiar with them. A little bit. I am a little, very little. I'm very little familiar with them. I've used them ever so briefly. So, like, basically I had, the way I did it before, let me make sure I got these all set up. Leg right, leg left, arm right, arm left. Okay. So the way I had this set up in a previous project that I don't feel like working on, was a little much. And this is actually the system that I'm kind of trying to set up right now. So this was a game where you would come up to people and you'd talk to them, and there's different options that you could have. And those options were like these 3 boxes. It kind of got broken. It doesn't work right. But for each box, this was like the word eager. This one was the word even. And this one was the word distant. And it was represented by 0, 1, and 2. And so if I come into the dialogue script, I've got an enum up here for depending on which one we're hovering on, eager, even, or distant. So we have those words set up right here. So I set that up. And then I also had this integer here. And it was detecting, I don't know that I really need the numbers, honestly. This was for a different reason, so I could like cycle through them with left and right keys. So it would, if I pressed the left key or the right key, it would change the number between 0 and 2. So that's why I had the numbers. And then it would associate. So I feel like I could do enum. I think I could do enum. I think I'm familiar enough. You know what? I feel like it's easy enough, right? We just set the words and we just match the words and we use enum. I think I could do that, right? Right? I think I could do that. All right, let me try. Let me try. Because I would rather do that than the numbers. Because the numbers is so unreadable. You know? And it's like, which number was which limb? I don't want to have to deal with that. Okay, so let's try that. So if we come to the... First of all, let me make sure this all works. I feel like it does. And I think we didn't quite check it. Okay, nice. So it's reporting the left arm was hit. Right arm is hit. Left leg is hit. Right leg is hit. Body is hit. And it hits other ones too for now, but okay, good. That's good. So if I come to this and I add a new thing in here, at export variable, and this is I guess I would say enum. Can we do that? Can we just do export and enum? I guess so. Enum ID. I guess we'll say 0 by default. Or not. I guess just default. None. None by default or something. Did not like that. Annotation export cannot be applied to an enum. Oh, okay. So we actually can't export an enum. So I don't know what to really say about that. I guess we do have to do... I could do a string, maybe. Just do. Just do. Just do. You have to make enum first and then export variable that derives that enum. So I would say enum ID equals whatever. Oh, right. We have to... I forgot about that. I totally forgot about that. So I should set them all? Because I thought I would do that if we're exporting it. I guess not. Okay, heard, I guess. Oh, I think I understand what you're saying. So we would say body. I see. Leg right, leg left, arm right, arm left. After each enum name. I can't remember exactly how this gets set up. I forgot. Even though we were just looking at it, I already forgot. No equal sign. Oh, okay. Thanks. Thank you. Expected to close for each one, so we do need for each one. Also, all are all caps. I thought so. I thought so, but I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure. Arm right, arm left. Okay, but we're still... Okay, here we go. Nice. Thank you. And so you're saying then we export after that. You have to make the universe and then export variable that derives that enum. Oh. At export ID. I would say variable ID. Wait. Really? Just type it like that? That can't be right. You're saying export... What are you saying? What are you saying? Variable ID's ID? Like this? Got it. And so now when I come to look at what's being exported... Whoa! What? That just made a list! That's awesome. That's cool! Okay, let's go! Dang! This is pretty cool! This is pretty cool! So we can set an exported enumerator, basically. Or we can have a list. So now for each of these body parts that I have on my character, I can define which body part it is. And now I can have that information be read elsewhere. So it can say, is the left leg the thing that got damaged? Is the right leg the thing that got damaged? Is the right arm the thing that got damaged? Is the left arm? Now it knows which thing got damaged because we can just mark it as such. That is super cool. Godot does keep getting better and better. Man, I'm gonna have to upgrade this credit a little bit. I'm gonna have to upgrade this credit. Wow. And just like if you guys didn't come through here and tell me this stuff, I mean, I would find it very difficult to find these suggestions. It's really helpful to be live streaming game development such that people come through and have these awesome suggestions. I'm so glad this is how I get to learn game dev. I'm so glad this is the way I get to learn, or Godot game dev anyway. We've got Godot consultant specifically. In this case, we'll say we said obstacle detection, player damage. I guess we'll say limb damage for now. It's not great. It's not great, but it's something. It's something. We can always update them later. Limb refactor. Ooh. I kind of like that. I like that a lot. Limb damage refactor. That's what we've called it. No, I love it because it's specific. It'll make more sense to swap IDs with ID. Wait, what? You're saying actually rename it? Like just call variable ID? Right, it's already declared. I'm not sure what you mean, but we can always change it later. It doesn't seem like super important. Okay, so just swap their names? Oh, right. I see what you're saying. You're right. Better not. I think I see what you're saying, though, because this one has multiple IDs. The enum is multiple, and whereas the export has a single one. So this is literally what is the ID of this body part, this one thing. What are the IDs in all of these? Got it. That makes sense to me. Okay, this one is the left leg. This one is the right leg. I like your caution though, Mary. I appreciate your caution. Like, let's not mess with things. That is a fair approach sometimes. Okay, so now, and then the body is set to body. That's leg right. That's leg left. That's arm right. That's arm left. Let's go. Will it capitalize these if I underscore it? I'm just curious. It does. I'm going to put underscores in here. I just think that looks a little nicer. So if I put underscores in here, now the IDs are just a little more readable. Leg right, leg left, arm right, arm left. Cool. Let's go. Let's go. Making things more readable. Making things work. I love it. So then I'm going to hit a save. And we haven't changed anything fundamentally. Everything should work. But you know what? I love a good just make sure everything still works. All right, everything still works. And then on the detection areas, now we can finally come back to here. Now we can finally come back to here and say, if damage is detected, and we want to know what was damaged, what in particular got the damage. Hey, what's up, Novid? Yeah, it's looking good, right? Been doing a little bit here and there. This survival endless runner type game. We're getting there little by little. Today, I want to focus on getting limb damage not being an immediate thing. So right now, I've made all these assets. Every asset that you see here, I made it. It's not good. It's programmer art, but at least it's mine. And so whenever we hit an obstacle, the limb that gets hit goes away. But what I want to set up today is I want to have that limb take damage. So I want to set up health bars for each limb, and then one by one, it goes down. And so we've had some awesome help from Psychonic Joe, from Marion Whittick, helping me problem solve and get some of this set up. We got a team going. I love to see it. And now that we have a class for the body parts, so this script defines basically which body part got hit and has a way for us to send that information around to other parts of the project. Now that we can communicate what limb got damaged to other places, now I'm going to come to a parent node. And here, I want to receive that information. And based on that, add or subtract, well, subtract HP. So I kind of need to define the HP somewhere. I guess there's some things I can get rid of. Okay. So I actually don't even need to have this true or false, this damaged false thing. First of all, let me clean things up. I don't need this, as far as I know. I don't think I need this. So we'll just print self. So we'll say what has been damaged. On here, I'm going to get rid of, on the detection areas, we don't need this damage thing. On the obstacle class, we don't need to change the damaged variable, because those don't exist anymore. That is unnecessary. Let's excise it. So now I just need to actually set up what is going to get subtracted. So now that we have that, let's actually do that. I'm going to come to the HUD. You can define damage even in body part script. Oh. Right, so I don't necessarily need to do this parent node. I could just have it send that information to the HUD with like references or something, right? Oh wow, we've got all this mess in the HUD script. Right, so I mean at this point, I don't even really need this stuff here at all, do I? I mean, I could just get rid of this script entirely. Nothing breaks. There's no problem. It doesn't matter. It doesn't do anything. Right. And then the HUD, same thing. It's not doing anything. But I could receive the information for the HUD. That's an interesting... Okay, noted. And that would be better. This is interesting, because that'd be less scripts. All right, let me set up the actual bars so we can actually see it apply to something. So I'm going to drag this. I don't know all the shortcuts. I'd love for this control node to just be the size of the screen. I guess margin is good anyway. Might as well give it a margin. Maybe put it in the center here. Okay. And then I'm going to add a progress bar. I'm not saying this is the way it's going to be forever. But just for now, setting up this prototype, I'll do it that way. There's an anchor icon at the top. Click the button to the right of it. Anchor at the top. Click the button to the right of it. Oh. Center. Left, sorry. Oh, the left of it. Okay. Probably want to anchor it anyway. Anchor preset. Nice. Thank you. Oh, sweet. There it is, right in the center. Beautiful. Full rectangle. Wow, look at that. Nice. Nice. Thank you. That was easy. Great. Well, forget the margin. Who needs a margin? Let's get this progress bar here. I guess I want to do the same thing here. I mean, it depends where I want these progress bars to be. I think that'll probably change as the game develops, but for now, maybe the top right is the least important area. I don't like the idea of it being up there. It feels kind of disconnected from the character. Maybe it should be in the bottom right. You know, but then the problem is the character moves down here. But having, I mean, I kind of don't care, right? I'm just prototyping it, so it doesn't really need to be, like, in the perfect place yet. But I do like thinking about these things. Maybe for now, I'll just put them along the top, and we can change it at another time. Okay. So then for these, if I want to automatically put this anchor, nice. Let's have them anchor up there, maybe. Drag that out, and we'll just put 5 of these. Well, actually, there's also the body. There's not just the limbs, there's also the body. I mean, to me, it almost makes sense to have it at the bottom. What if we do it like this? What if I change the camera a bit? Go on for the day. This has been super educational. Good luck and have fun. I'm glad you've learned things because you've helped me learn things and you've helped motivate me. I appreciate Psychonic. You take good care. I hope the rest of your day is good. I'm going to be back tomorrow. I'm starting to do more days a week doing this game, so maybe I'll see you then. Take good care, and thank you again for all your help, Psychonic. Yeah, take care. Bye. Maybe instead of progress bar, use label 3D that is attached to body part. That's interesting. That's interesting. Bye. That's very interesting. And just health as a number. Yeah, we could do that too. We could do that too. Because if we do that, yeah, I feel like there's something kind of... It's weird because like either works for now, right? Because it's just like prototyping it. That might be better. And just health as a number. To me, I kind of like the idea of something more visual, like a progress bar, but I like what you're saying. I almost, you know what I want to do? Maybe this is a compromise, I'll say. Well, so the other thing there is I don't know how to actually attach control elements to objects in the scene. That would be cool though. So like if I kind of would like to see it be a progress bar. So like a progress bar that's attached to the leg, attached to the arms, and then those go down. I honestly would kind of like to see that. But I'm not sure how to do that. That can't be too hard though. I feel like that seems like something there would be a lot of tutorials about, right? Godot control elements in scene or something. The problem with UI elements, this is 3 years ago, so this might not be an issue as much anymore. I'm trying to add UI elements on top of my characters or near their position by instancing them and adding them as scene roots or placing them directly in the character scene. But I found a problem. The elements get scaled down, look small and bad. Right, yeah. UI is a bit messy in Godot. Try stacking your elements in containers. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, can I just I can't just like drag them in a 3D scene, right? Because they won't like drop in there. So like getting it to like track and follow with each part. I figured that would be kind of, so that's a cool idea. Marion, maybe what we'll do is this. You know, unless you can like explain that very easily and be like, oh yeah, you just do this, do this, do this, do this. Unless you can explain it easily, I feel like this is a task perhaps for another day. Let me pull up the right notepad here. So let me take a note on that. And we'll say body part damage in scene follows body parts. Because I feel like that's going off of the task a little bit. I like it, and I think that's gonna be cool. But I want to make sure we tie together all the code we did today, and I still have time to get it all done. But if you can explain it really easily, label 3D is node 3D. Oh. Oh, you said label 3D. You did say 3D. Wait. That's interesting. I actually have never played with any of that. Oh, there is a label 3D. Can be attached to another node. But then it has to be a number. And so if I wanted it to be a progress bar, this is interesting. You know what? I like that. You've convinced me. You've convinced me. And if I wanted to make that a progress bar, I could like make an asset or something instead of it be the control node stuff. I could just make it an asset. This is incredibly intriguing. Okay. All right. I'm pretty sold on this. I'm actually pretty sold on this. I saw you typed label. I was like, "Oh, it's a label. It's a label." No, you mean a label 3D. That's something very different. All right, I'll burn the HUD down for now. Progress bar is possible too. It is. I assume there isn't like a 3D progress bar. It's just like I would have to, I don't know. But the numbers is a good idea for now. Now that you tell me that it's just as easy as dropping it in here. So if I were to... Now, I'm still not sure how to update these numbers. There's still a lot here to learn. But I'm curious about how the progress bar is possible. Because I think visually, that's a lot better than numbers. But for the sake of, like, testing, numbers are fine. So if I take this and I just say arm, ooh, then that's going to follow right along with it. Nice. Look at that. That's cool. That's cool. I actually wouldn't want to put it in here. I'd want it to be a child of this. So that way it disappears when the limb disappears. There. Progress bar is more complex, but possible, and you can help with that. That's more complex. Okay. Fair. Fair. Well, then maybe that is for another day. So then let's say this. Body part damage progress bars in scene follows body parts. So we'll just keep that as a later thing. And then we'll do this for now. And I'm okay with that. You've convinced me. Okay. So obviously I'm going to want this to be a number, but we can update it just like we update any other label, I would guess. So I'm going to say this is damage arm right. Oops. Duplicate. Damage arm left. Duplicate. Damage leg left. Duplicate. Damage leg right. Duplicate. Damage body. And then we'll place them. So the body we could put maybe over here for now. Actually, it'd probably be better behind. Dude, this is nice. I didn't know these labels existed. This is very nice. This is the right leg. So we'll put that in the right spot. Down here. Nope. There we go. Probably should have them all on the same... Let me come back over here. I'm going to make sure it's none of them would collide with or interfere with the player sculpt. So this is at Z. Let's put it at Z1, just so it's kind of consistent. I'm going to put it at Z1. And I'm going to do that for all of these. I can probably do them all at the same time. Select them all, transform, and I'm going to put their Z to 1, so they're all sticking out right there. We'll see. Leg right, bring this down. Might even want to take note of this position. This is almost at 1, so I'll just put this at 1 here. Leg left. Let me actually come back to the other leg. On the Y, it's almost at 1. We'll put that at 1 right there. What hours do I stream? So I put all the next week's live streams, I put them on the channel page, so you can always go there and check, and you can actually, let me move the chat off of my face. You can have individual notifications for each live stream. So the next one that I do is right here. The next one I do is here, and you can get the full schedule in the About page. So I do 2 p.m. Eastern time is when I do these Godot streams. 2 p.m. Eastern time. This is actually not correct. The Monday, that's actually wrong. That's actually not true. I'm going to edit that right now. 2 p.m. Eastern time. Right now, Wednesdays and Thursdays, I'm going to add Tuesday in later. Let's update this. Monday, 2 p.m. This is game art and research. Members only. And this one is actually here now. That's not coming soon. Okay. And then on Fridays, I do a game jam at 6 p.m. Eastern. So that's my schedule. If you want to check it, head over to the channel page, click on the About, and this should now be up to date correctly. And that's when I schedule. And then you can always come here and get notified for individual streams. So you can hit notify for a specific one if you want to follow it. That's when I stream. Okay. So this is now, amazingly, at 111. For the left leg, I'll put this at 111. But we'll want to move this over here to -1. Well, that's a little too far. I think it just kind of worked out that that one was at 1. Oh, no, it didn't work out. Because we also got to think about the camera angle. So we should probably have it be... maybe 1's a little too far back. We can always change that. But we should probably look at it like this. Align it like that. It's for the left arm. Bring this over here. And there we go. So now we can rename them for now. This is arm right. This is arm left. We'll replace these with numbers. I guess I might as well just say 0 or 4. Technically, they would start out with 4 health. At least that's the prototype idea. You know, or that's the pre-prototype plan, is to have that be 4. Maybe once it gets set up, it's like, okay, this isn't great. But for now, that's the idea. Is these are all 4. I was kind of thinking the body would be 3, but I don't know. It seems like you might as well keep it consistent here. So those are all 4. Now, from the angle that the camera's at, it might not be as easy to kind of see them. But yeah, maybe not the best spots. I'm going to push them a little closer to the body. As much as I wanted to just do 1. think that's a little far away. It's tough because then that starts colliding with it. Bring this in so that lines up a little better. Come down here, line that up a little better. Not the last way that this will all be set up, but for now, transform. I want this to be the same Y position for each arm. And then adjust this. Okay, see if that's a little better. They still might be too far away. We keep getting hurt before I can see where they're at. Okay, there we go. It's not bad. I think they could be a little bigger, especially on the bottom. The leg numbers really disappear there. So I might adjust the camera position a little too. The camera position is definitely not set in stone. Certainly not. I think we could adjust some of these positions even more a little bit. So maybe with these, push them in. Do the same with the legs. And I mean, this, this is going to cause all kinds of issues someday because these limbs all need to be able to move and animate. So, I mean, things are going to be very different someday. But for now, let's make these bigger somehow. Nice. See if that's a little better. All right, it's a little more visible. See, I feel like the numbers are kind of uggo. I guess we could always push them even further forward. I think any UI we put in here is going to be uggo. But I think this works well for now. So maybe we can even immerse it a little more here. So it's not so flat. I gotta set it up so it doesn't start with obstacles right away. That's a little better. Easier to see the arms separate from the other parts. Not perfect, but now we have the numbers and we have something we can update, which is the main purpose here. I'll go ahead and adjust these a little bit more. I don't want to be too overly pedantic about it. But it might as well be halfway decent for now. Font size is better because numbers not blurred. Yeah, the numbers are looking blurred. I wasn't sure if that was an option because I'm not used to the label 3D. So I was like, what will work? Oh, this will work. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll look for that. Kind of want to bring them down a little bit. Arm left, arm right. Bring them down. And you said there's font size stuff. So let's select all these again. Let's look for some font size stuff. Where's that? Text. Oh, it's right here. It's literally right there. Sweet. Let's make it 100. Oh, I kind of liked how much thicker it was with the border. Oh, we have an outline size. Beautiful. 90, 80, 60. And then we can make the outline thicker. Oh yeah, much better. Cool. This is nice. We can change the outline color. Let's make them green, obviously. This is pretty nice. This is nice. This looks nice. You know, for a prototype. You know, I feel like it's I really don't like the numbers like on there. They're just so ugly. You know, it makes it all look very technical instead of like um artistic. It just like takes, and I'm thinking about like thumbnails and stuff. I don't know. There needs to be an easy way to just take the numbers away. You know, it just like makes the character feel like they're not even real. But it's good for debug. It's definitely good for debug, and it makes it easier in so many ways. So for now, I think it works. It is so very ugly though. So very ugly. We'll leave it for now. I need to change the camera position because it's a little hard to see in certain places. So let's adjust it. If I just pull it back, will we have more space to see it? Just so the numbers don't get cut off as we move. Looks pretty good. That's not bad. That's not bad. All right. Cool. Let's save it. And let's start updating these numbers. Let's get these numbers to change. We can do progress bar if you want. More complex, but not that complex. I kind of feel like it's still going to look ugly. I think a progress bar or the numbers are going to look ugly. I am very curious about the progress bar. So I'd be like down. I'd be like down. But I think it's still going to be the same problem. You know, where it's just going to look ugly. But at least it might look a little less ugly. I'm curious. I am curious. If you have the capacity, and it sounds like you do, I'm here for it. Because, I mean, I'm not in love with the numbers. Oh, we can see the level deleting back here. We kind of need to move the position of the terrain controller so it doesn't, we don't see the terrain deleting. Okay, there we go. That's a little better. Beautiful. Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious. How do we do the progress bars? I would like to know. If you're willing to explain, I'm willing to listen. I'm a little afraid. But sometimes fear is worth it. In the meantime, I'll set up the numbers and we can change it. So, for the... Now, you were saying that, I know I'm going on to multiple things. I do often get into the multitask of it all. I apologize. I mean, we kind of don't... I mean, we do... Okay, so we want to say, if... I guess I would want to reference. So if a body part is set to self, I mean, really, it almost means we don't even need the enums, you know? Like, you helped me solve that problem, but I feel like we don't even need the enums anymore. Maybe for something. But I would think we could just have all these be references. And I know I'm going on to multiple things. I do tend to do that. I hope that's okay. Well, I guess if it was self, we'd still have to match it. We'd still have to match it. Actually, the enums still seem useful. I don't know. I hear you that we could put it on there. We don't need them now. Okay. Yeah, the enums. I was thinking that. I mean, I could still use it. Like, I could still use them. It depends on whether I'm gonna push forward without your help or with your help. Because with your help, I could go without them. Without your help, I still need them. Because I'm not sure how I would put the damage stuff in here. in this script that is applied to every body part. Whereas, you know, I would know how to do it on the detection areas script. So if I had a script on here, export label 3D. Dude, exporting is life. Exporting is life. What? Oh my gosh, exporting is everything. What? Okay. Export everything and make health variable. Right. I'm not sure where to make the health variable, but I hear you. Okay, so we're gonna say export variable damage label, and we say label 3D. And now we have a damage label here. Oh my gosh. And then we just say damage body is assigned to that label. Exporting is life. Everything must be exported forever. Leg right, drag it over, drop it, leg left. Make sure we select the right things. Area leg left. Drag on this. Wow, exporting is life in Godot. It's everything. It's literally the most important thing. And then there we go. So now each one should have, let me make sure, arm left, damage arm left, arm right, damage arm right, leg left, damage leg left, leg right, damage leg right, body, damage body. Health variable can be in body part script. Every time damage detected, you subtract some health and update label 3D. So it's a unique variable every time. It's not like that variable exists in one place on the class script. That variable exists on each node that class is attached to. That's amazing. That's amazing. That's not something I knew. Variable health equals 4. And then we would just have to, wow, that's cool. I did not know that. So then we would, well, we'd want to say on here as well, when the body part gets hit, health minus 1, and then we'd want to say damage label. Now, I'm not exactly sure what, like, I have a feeling, I don't know what the label 3D things are. Will this just work? Will this just work? No. Not as a function value. So maybe like text or set text or something. Dot text. I was close. I was close. Okay, let's try it. Text called as a function but is a string. So what I want to say like equals. No. No, I would not. An integer. So somehow I need to figure out how to set it. I mean, this should be an integer. I mean, I could say health variable integer, or wait, how do you do this again? equals integer. Is that how we do it? No. Where does that go? I know that goes somewhere here. Can't remember where. That can't be where. Trying to remember how this is done. How many different configurations until I get it right? Now I gotta remind myself. Oh, maybe we say like this, colon integer equals 4. That's what we do. Health as string, I think. So you're saying just quote it, put it in quotes? So like text like this? Name text called as function, but is a string. Hopefully my internet is behaving. If the stream seems like it's lagging or something, let me try something real quick. I don't know if this is going to make any difference, but I'm going to try something. The stream is going to drop out for like a second. Hold on. The stream is going to drop out for like a second, but it's going to come right back. All right, I'm going to try something. The stream is going to come right back. Hold on. It's going to drop out, but it'll come right back. I promise. The stream is back. That did not fix the internet problem. But the stream is back. It did not fix the internet quality. But that's why I had to try it, just to see. Just as a health string. If it expects a string, you must parse the integer. If it expects a string, you must parse the integer. Let me make sure my chat is still fixed. That did not fix the internet, and I can't say I'm surprised, but I had to try it. So I apologize that the internet is buffering. I'm not sure what that's about. Let me test my chat. We are working on some health stuff. Okay, so the test should work. I think you can do it in the label 3D function. Oh, okay. Okay, so you said if it expects a string, you must parse the integer. If it expects a string, you must parse the integer. I think you can do it in the label 3D function. I don't exactly know what that means or how to do any of that. I hear you, but I don't know what that means, what parsing the integer means. Damage label text equals string. Oh, so specify it. I see. That's what you mean. See, I would think that was like called hinting. Okay, cool. Nice. Well, it certainly isn't complaining now, but let's see if it will run. Let's see if it will run, though. Okay, it runs. We're not dealing with problems. Actually, this isn't bad. Let me make sure it's not hiding. This might work. Hold up. Wow. So you were doing a good... Oh, look, it's working. Hey, it's working. What? Look at that. Internet problems not going to slow us down. Look at this. What? Dang. Look at that. We're taking damage, baby. That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay. Cool. So, okay, so you were able to sort of puzzle out what it wanted. And I just want to talk about that error. Because that was kind of tricky. That was a little tricky. So, like, if we just said text health, because health is the variable, that we want to be changed relative to the label 3D text that this is referring to. And the error that it was giving us is name text called as a function, but is a string. So you figured out that it needs us to clarify, no, we're not trying to run it as a function. This parenthetical is not supposed to be a function. This parenthetical is supposed to be a string, since it's looking for a string. And so if we can actually tell it, no, not a function, equals str, that tells it, I'm telling you that this is a string, not a function. It's interesting that, like, I don't know, I kind of would have thought that, like, putting it in double quotes would have been enough to be like, oh yeah, that's a string. It's yellow, it's in double quotes, that must be a string. But it is seeing this as a string, but what it's not understanding is that text and its relationship to these parentheses, it doesn't know that that isn't supposed to be interpreted as a function. You just guessed? You guessed? That's brilliant. Welcome, Marie. Marie. I thought you were Marion because your names start with the same 4 letters. I was like, it's the same person. It's not the same person. What? Did you just swoop in here and guess that? Wow. So Marion figured out that we needed to somehow tell it not to see it as a function. But Marie with that save, right? It swooped in there and saved it with the exact thing that we do to tell it, don't look at this as a function. Equals str. We're saying this is a string. Now, we don't even actually want this. I wonder if this would still work. It probably wouldn't, because now this is a string and it's supposed to be a variable. So if I were to hit play now, I feel like it's not going to work right. It just says the word health, because that's the string we're telling it to change it to. So we need that to still be an integer, or the variable information. So we don't want that to be a string at all. Wow, we just got, and so now you can see it looks different, right? This isn't blue, that dark blue. That dark blue means that it thinks it's a function. When it's this light blue, it thinks it's not a function. Instead, it thinks it's like a property that's related to whatever it's modifying. It's pretty amazing. It's actually telling it to turn the integer into a string. It's telling it to turn the integer into a string. Really? Oh, because you're saying, so what you're saying is that the label 3D cannot read integers. It can only read strings. And so this is actually converting. It's converting an integer into a string, which is really convenient. Wow. This actually reminds me of something in Unreal Engine where, it'll literally, with the visual programming blueprints, it'll literally let you it'll create a node that converts an integer into a string, right? You can just hook it up and it'll just do that. I think this is doing that same thing. And so in theory, you could probably just do something else. I mean, I wouldn't want to in this case, but if I wanted it to be a Boolean, right? Like, in theory, it's now, I mean, how is it going to convert that to a Boolean? I mean, I guess if this was only, a 1 or a 0, then it might be able to do it. But it's literally performing a conversion operation. That's really interesting. That is, man, Marie, amazing, amazing. Please tell me you're in the credits. If you're not, my gosh, we got to get you in there. You're not? Oh my gosh. Oh, because you did help us with Blender the other day, which was helpful and actually should be considered as well. Oh, look, it's starting to go off. It's too long. Too many credits. Impossible. Blender consultant, and then also we got Godot consultant. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for helping this game, like, become a thing. What a save. Well, I mean, that's that. Like, I guess we're done here for today. Really. No, there's still some other things I want to add in. For example, what happens when it hits 0, right? But, this is a huge thing. I almost want to get a few other things in there, right? Like, have maybe the color change, or it changes size. You see like an animation or something when the damage hits. Different things like that. Marion isn't sure, but in Godot there is an as keyword. If you type as string, it should convert it as well. So would that be like, oh gosh. I don't even know. That's like interesting. Like from a learning perspective, I'm actually very curious. GD script as, maybe I could find it in the documentation as in health as string. Oh, exactly. That's what I meant with parsing. Maybe wrong word. Okay. Oh, that was you who said the parsing thing. Oh, gotcha. I got so confused with the different MARI words. uh, really? That's interesting. Now I'm very curious to see if that works. Oh, would I do STR or something? That can't be right. Oh. Equals health as string. I like how like human readable that is. Oh, I like how human readable that is. Look at the different ways to do the same thing. What is that color? I did technically have like a list for GDScript colors. Green is nodes. Nah, I don't have a color for that one. Blue is functions. We're missing a few colors. We're missing a few colors in that list. Let's see if that works. Oh. Could not convert value to string. So this is actually saying it's a conversion. But it's saying I can't convert it. I don't know how to convert it. How strange. Could not convert value to string. Let me adjust my thing a little bit here. I might try one more internet fix. I can't guarantee it's going to work. It probably won't. But I'm going to try one more internet fix. So I was wrong. My bad. But it's interesting. Because it seems like it would work. Why can it not convert it to a string, but it can if we just tell it differently? As keyword is useful, but not in this case. Yeah, I'm happy to know about it. So I don't actually really understand why this works, if I'm being honest. Oh no, this says converts. It says the same thing. It just isn't converting it in the same way, I guess. It says converts one or more arguments of any variant type to a string in the best way possible. This one's doing it in the best way possible. The other one was doing it in an okay way. Yeah, we're having some internet. Let me see if I can. I doubt very highly this is going to make any difference for the internet. The stream will drop out for like a second. It's going to come right back. All right, hold on. Okay. There's only an ever so... I guess I should wait. Okay, it's back. There's only an ever so slight story to my internet problems. And I thought I had solved my internet problems. I haven't. I don't know what's going on with my internet, but that's all right. So this converts one or more arguments of variant type in the best way possible, as opposed to those worst ways. We don't like those worst ways. I'm disappointed to fix that internet. I basically, with the internet stuff, I have this internet provider that cannot seem to solve my bitrate drop problems, and I switched to a different provider, but they lied to me about the speeds, and their internet speeds were too slow. It was stable, and I didn't have internet problems anymore, but the internet was too slow, so I had to switch back to my original ISP, and I thought it was an Ethernet cable problem all along, but I think it wasn't an Ethernet cable problem all along. I think they just are bad internet. So we're just back to wobbly internet. It is what it is. All right, so we got it fixed. We got this figured out. So what's next? I mean, this is a huge accomplishment. I feel like I'm here to help stitch these ideas together, but you guys are the ones who are making this happen. Like, you guys are really giving me the advice and the tips. Like, wow. Rounds of applause for you guys. We got some things to tidy up. For example, it goes into the negatives, and we want to say that when it is 0, the limb goes away, right? And, you know, it would even be nice to have, like, hit animations, like things that happen when you get hit or something. That could be considered potentially. So yeah, so let's keep it from going into negative. Let's do that as a next task. I don't love the numbers being visible on here. But at least it kind of works. All right, so I think we're going to want to probably do that maybe on the body script. This script is a class, and it's on each body part. And there are these exported variables, and these are part of what's being updated. So if I want to say... So we say health minus equals 1, but if that gets to 0, we want something to happen. So I guess I could maybe say, so if body part area is set to sub, I can't put an if and an if. Like, that's ridiculous, right? Like that, I just want to make sure that that is ridiculous. Maybe that'll work. If health is set to 0, then, I mean, really, I'd like to say body part area dot mesh hide is kind of what I'd like to say. But not only that, then hide Q free. What is Q free? Less than 0. Oh, yeah, right. Less than or equal to. Yeah, that makes sense. Let me see if this works. Hey, what's up, Stormrun? Welcome. Good to see you. I think you just came through at the tail end of another internet glitch. Dude, I think my internet problems aren't as solved as I thought they were, which is exciting. Whoa, big crash. Not as it's a function mesh. Okay, so it's not able to find this way. This is not a way that it can find it. But you're saying hide Q underscore free. That's very interesting. Internet's just came back, been out all day? It ain't right. It ain't right for internet not to be stable. It just ain't right. Instead of hiding mesh, just Q free. All right, I'll do it. I'll do it. What is Q free? I'm gonna have to research what this is. I've never heard of this in my life. Expected end of statement after expression found identifier instead. I don't know. I don't have a clue. But it's very interesting. Expected end of statement after expression. The hide was accident. Really? If we just say Q free, that's enough? What? What? I'm sorry your internet's been out all day. You don't deserve that. Oh, nice. Look, it sits at 0. I see. Got it. Okay. So that what is Q free? We gotta look this up. Q free. Q's a node for deletion at the end of the current frame. It's so tiny. I gotta zoom this in. I gotta zoom this in immediately. Q's node for deletion at the end of the current frame. When deleted, all of its child nodes will be deleted as well. What? And all references to the node and its children will become invalid. It should delete the body part. Interesting. Right. So, I mean, it's clearly doing something. It's clearly... Oh, I see why you think that. So, here's the thing. Body part needs to have a number. So, basically, the actual meshes that make the visibility, they aren't the node that we're currently in. That's why that's not working. So the node that we're in, the area 3D node, isn't the same node where the things are, the meshes are. The meshes are actually separate. They're over here in this instance scene. So these are the meshes. Yeah. So we would have to actually be able to reference it, which is why, and I think, which is why I was trying to, so we have the mesh reference technically. Technically, this should have that information. But I'm not sure how to do that. Marie says, thank you so much for the stream. You're so welcome. Thank you for coming through and hanging out. It helps me so much with learning GDScript to think about your coding problems and needing to remember. I love that. I love that. Please come and try to remember to help me. I love that. I love that. Yeah. I mean, literally, I am so new and fresh, and I like to think that creates like a unique like viewing experience where you guys, you know, aren't just watching me do code, like you can actively participate. And I love that that helps you like refresh your own memory and keep you sharp. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. But yeah. So Q free, which is just, I hate that name so much. I hate that name. It doesn't make any sense, but I'll try to remember that someday, somehow, that is what I want if I want to get rid of a node. Now, the problem is, though, is these limbs, so the way this game will work is you'll be able to regenerate your limbs. So if you, there's going to be like people and animals and stuff, and if you click on them, they're going to regenerate the health of your limbs. So even if you get to 0 and your limbs have 0 health, there needs to be a way to get it back. So I would think if we like remove the node, then we can't get it back anymore, right? So to me that seems like potentially a problem, but maybe I'm wrong there. So I wonder if we just can't say that if health is less than or equal to 0, can we even say like a, we could say if body part area self, if body part is area to self, and then let's do another if statement in here. I have an idea, right? I feel like this is just a logic thing. This does look quite different. Last I saw, there were blocks you ran into that delete your body part. Yeah, it is getting different. You just have the variable, you have to set visible variable on mesh to false. Oh, interesting. Okay, let me come back to that. So if I say, yeah, thanks, Stormrun. Yeah, it is coming a long way. So I'm doing the Monday member streams, and the Monday member streams are going to be the art streams. So I actually did all the, I made these models, the house and the tree. I made them in Blender, And yeah, so I worked on those on Monday, and then I also changed like the color of the ground and the sky and stuff like that, and I feel like it really like brought it to life and made it look a lot better. It's kind of giving Moo Moo Farms from Super Mario 64, but that's okay. uh yeah, it's coming along. So I would think if we say here, if health is greater than 0, then subtract health, then update the damage text. So then if it's not, don't do anything and just leave it at 0. Right? I feel like that'll work. Then we don't have to delete everything and it can all come back. Nice. It's just a logic problem. Okay. And now you're saying we have to set visible variable on mesh to false. Right. So you're saying create like a new variable. I just need to communicate with that mesh somehow. I mean, we do have the mesh being exported. It is really a great format. So much more engaging than a standard tutorial. Cool. That's nice to hear. That's nice to hear. I'm trying to think about like ways I can edit these streams into short form content. So like, you know, when you guys come through and you give tips and you give advice, how can I repackage that? So that way, you know, what you did can be like shared and immortalized. And it's helpful to hear you say that, because, you know, then for people who are learning, who aren't necessarily like you experienced, but everybody learns, you know, even if they're experienced. But then you can, it's like, it's both. You learn and you get to interact. Okay, cool. That's helpful. Your feedback is really helpful to me. Mesh.visible equals false. Oh. Okay, let's try that. If health is equal to 0, body part area mesh, body part area mesh dot visible equals false. I'm surprised the hide didn't work. Oh, we want to say set to. I'm surprised the hide didn't work. Let's see if this works. So when this goes down to 0, oh, it works. Let's go. I wonder if this will work too. Marie had a way. That'll probably work, but I do want to be able to bring it back. Because part of the game idea is that you can regenerate it. So if we remove it entirely, then we can't bring it back. I mean, maybe we can. I don't know. Maybe there is a way to like emit. I also want to apologize. I know that the screen is getting glitchy sometimes. I don't know, man. I really thought it was my internet. I thought it was my Ethernet cable that was causing these internet glitches. But I don't think it is. I think it's something else. Something else is causing these glitches to happen. I don't really understand what it is. And if it happened with another ISP and this ISP. Anyway, it's a lot to explain. I don't really know what to think. You can just do mesh, I think, without body part area. Let's try it. I want to apologize. There's nothing I can really do about it, apparently. Apparently, there's just literally nothing I can do about it other than just suffer through it. Anyway, let's try it. Let's get rid of all of this. Mesh visible. I guess that makes sense. Since it is itself, we don't have to define the body part area. I guess that makes sense. Nice. Beautiful. But yeah, do you guys know? Because, I mean, something I think about, so like, I'm kind of curious, because something I've been wanting to try, and I'm told it's not going to work, but like, one thing I want to try is, so let's say those legs go away, right? So the legs get removed. Let me just do the legs. So we lose legs. What I'd love to see happen is that the entire body falls down. So I'd like to see like the collision be turned off. remove the collision, and then the character falls down. But again, the limbs can be regenerated. So I would want that node to be able to be brought back to life. With that said, I'd be kind of curious. Mesh visible, false, maybe. Oh, that did work. That did work, Marie. We totally got that to work. No, that did work. You guys nailed it. You guys totally nailed it. I'm kind of curious to try this. Now I would need to associate. Now this is me just experimenting here. I'm gonna say X. There's a lot of problems here, but now that you guys are teaching me this Q free thing, I kind of want to play around with it a little bit. So I'm gonna play around with it. Man, the stream just gets so glitchy. I wish it didn't. I wish it didn't. I'm gonna say export variable, mesh or just collision, and then we'll say this is whatever this is, collision shape 3D. Because if I don't know if anyone knows, if you do Q free, if things can be brought back. It's possible, but it's hard to explain. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I'm still kind of curious because if this doesn't work, then it won't matter if we can bring it back or not. If this does work, that'll be very interesting. You have the same problem. I think hide only works on control nodes. Oh. You know, here's the thing. It actually did work. So the reason why I tried that, Marie, is because before I started today, I had this code here, and this worked. So this would just hide the mesh, and this is for an area. This isn't an area 3D. This is a mesh instance. Here it accepts hide for some reason. Here it accepts hide. So this is gonna basically obliterate as soon as we hit something. It's gonna disappear. Look at that. But this is like a separate, like, this is like the script that's on each obstacle. So this is on each obstacle. The tree, the house, they all have that same script on it that runs this hide thing. Hide will work too, but with visible, you can bring it back easily. It's interesting that this works here, but it doesn't work over here. And this is, we're creating our own function here. We're emitting this signal, or we're connecting it to the signal. It's just it's kind of weird. Like, why wouldn't that be the same thing here? You know? Oh, I need to turn it off over here on the obstacle. Like, I see that it doesn't work. But it seems like it's technically the same thing. But there's apparently something different. Oh, no, it does work. Oh, wait, it does work. We don't have to do... Well, I don't know what wasn't working. Now I don't know what wasn't working. And you're saying that's harder to bring it back? So what if we say... What if you do, like, await? I don't really remember how await works. If I'm being honest, I forgot how await works. Is that how it works? And then if we say mesh show, that won't work. Is that how we use await? It's not. That's not how we do things, apparently. Unless this needs to be, like, bigger, because it's, like, milliseconds or something. I think we're just hurting ourselves. Yeah, I don't know how await works. I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, it does seem to show it. I just am not seeing it hide it first. So I don't really know if it's. I guess you know what I could say. I could say, await get tree. Oh, we have to. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you guys, geniuses, all of you. What the heck was I doing? I see. It's like an if statement or something. Like we like put it in there. Maybe. Wait, maybe I don't understand it. Maybe I actually don't understand it. Collision turn off true, maybe. Oh, that's an interesting idea. We should try that. I guess I mean, I certainly need to have like a number of some kind. Expect a signal or coroutine after await. Is that just like a space? Like that? Oh, okay, I see. Gotcha. Gotcha. We could also say, there it goes. Oh, look, it brings it back. So no, hide and show works. Hide and show works. So I don't know if it is harder. I mean, I think that looks a little nicer to have it just say hide and show. I don't know why it wasn't working the first time. Maybe I typed it wrong. Maybe it was because I had said, maybe it was because I said the body part area part, and that's why it wasn't working. Nope, that worked. Okay, great. So that works too. I don't really know why, but they both work. All right, interesting. Thank you for these are the kind of things that are going to be so hard for me to remember. Get tree, create timer. I mean, you guys remembered it, so clearly it's possible to learn to remember it. All right, let me try this collision thing. So collision shape 3D. So I need to associate the export here. So let me make sure I put this. Oh, it is on each script now. So for the body here, we're going to set the collision to the body collision. Come to the right leg. Put it right after await. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, for the collision. I don't even know that we need it to await with the collision, if that's what you mean. I wanted to see it hide and reshow. Oh, I see. You're saying this. I see. You're like on a delay. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I realized that. I eventually realized that. Okay. It's more readable? Okay. So this collision is the leg right. Leg left collision. Sometimes I forget what people are talking about, and I apologize. I bounce around so much. I'm like, let's move to this, move to that, move to this, move to that. Okay, so all the collisions should be set. And so then what we'll say is we could try this. Yeah, you know what? I did try this, and I don't remember it working, Marie, which is why I wanted to try the Q thing. But let's try it anyway. Let's try it anyway. So it's the legs that I want to destroy, and I need both of those legs gone. I need more houses so we can test this better. I need one more house. I need one more house. Give me that house. So there the collision is still working. So then what I would want to try, and you said Q underscore free. Will that do something? I'm just curious if we totally remove the collision node. Will that break the collision? It doesn't! Assuming that's firing correctly. Oops. Oh, we got some. I apologize for those glitches on the screen. I know it's super annoying. Thank you. I see that it was a few moments ago that happened. I do apologize for it. Collision is still working because the collision is area and not physics collider. Is it buffering a lot for you guys? I apologize for that. I hate my internet. I hate it. I hate my internet. And I switched. I was free for a little bit of time. But I don't know that it was that much better, technically. So weird. I don't know what to think anymore. Collision is still working because that collision is area and not physics collider. I don't understand that, but that's interesting. Collision is not working because of it, I mean. Because, like, so here's the other thing. So I don't know if this clarifies something to you, but if I come to the leg left and right here, these two nodes, these collision nodes, and I hit disabled to on, so that's the right leg, here's the left leg. If I hit disabled on for these and we restart it, look what happens. We fall into the ground. So, you know, and I don't know if it's like this might, like someone told me that this isn't going to work. Like that there is no way to actually remove these collisions the way I want to. And then I'm going to have to animate these collisions getting removed. And that's the only way it's going to work. That's what I'm told. But if I just come in here and like Marie was saying, right, just disabled to like true, right? You would think that that would work since I can come into the inspector and I can click this disabled to on and it definitely falls down like that. But I can't seem to do that at runtime with code, which is, you know, a little interesting. And I'm not exactly sure why. But there's something going on there. There's certainly something going on there. Okay. So, I mean, it's not the most important thing, but I was curious to try it since you guys had told me about this Q-free thing, but I don't think that actually made a difference. You know, and maybe there's some way to, like, open the documentation on this. It does say Boolean, default false. Is disabled getter, set disabled. Maybe we have to do set disabled? I mean, if removing the entire node didn't do it, then why would this work? Collision.disable true. I did try it. I think I tried it. Sometimes I think I tried something, and it turns out I didn't. So that's fair. So it's worth doing again. I think I tried it. Collision disabled equals true. I think that was something Marie had suggested. So I just gotta get these houses. 4 houses. Look at we got those hit points set up, man. So it doesn't, so that doesn't make it fall down. That doesn't make it fall down. And there's also this set, what was it? Set disabled value. True. I mean, again, if removing the entire node didn't work, why would this work? But it's worth a shot. Still floating. Yeah, I think we have to animate it. And somebody who seems to be, somebody expressed their concern that this would not work. I wonder if there's a way to see Godot remove collision at runtime. How can I enable disable collisions from script? This is from 2020, so it might be a little dated. By getting the node's collision shape 2D and setting its disable property accordingly. I mean, we tried that. If you only want to disable collisions with certain but not all objects, take a look at collision layers and masks. Oh, maybe we could change the layers and masks. That might work. That might work. But this is pretty much what we've done, and it's not working. But I wonder if we change the layers and the masks, if that would work. Maybe set collision position Y to some number. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Let me check the documentation for disabled. Oh yeah, so I did look at that, Marie, and that's where I got the idea to do set disabled value. A disabled collision shape has no effect in the world. You say that, but I'm not so sure. Shape 3D. Yeah, so I mean, I tried set disabled, but that didn't help. Plus equals. Yeah, we want it to go up, because if it goes down, that'll collide even more. Okay. Hey, what's up, Donnie? How's everyone surviving? We're surviving pretty well, despite my internet glitching in and out. You might notice that a little bit, but that's all right. We're doing pretty good, though. Honestly, folks have helped me set up this hit point system. So here we have these limbs that can get hit. Our character can actually survive if they get damaged now. Hope you're doing well, Donnie. Thanks for stopping in. Hope everything's going great in your world. But yeah, we got some hit point system stuff set up so we can disappear our body parts one by one. And so something that I want to set up now in this game is a way for it to... Well, there's a lot of different things I want to do. But specifically, I'm looking at a way we can have the body fall down when the legs are gone. I'm not sure how to do that. Internet woes. I know, dude. They're so sad. They're so frustrating. like, I don't even, at this point, I have no idea what to do. Except complain. Just call and complain a lot. Okay. So, yeah, let's try moving the collision. That's a really good idea. It's worth trying. So collision position, because this is a problem I'm going to need to solve one of these days. Y plus equals 500, something ridiculous. Love the kitty ears. Thank you. I think I did an ear of corn. I forget that I have this hoodie, and then I remember, and I must wear it immediately. Disabling the in the inspector works. So somehow the disabling does not happen in your code. Right. This will, yeah, it's I'm not really sure why. I'm just not sure. Oh, I need to not lose the rest of the body. I'm really not sure why. Yeah, you're right. That does make sense. And it's like, but like, maybe there's something that prevents it from happening once runtime begins, I think is something someone was trying to explain to me. No dice. I mean, again, maybe we're not communicating with the collision correctly. I don't even know how to confirm that I am. Like, can we view it? Like, if I say disabled equals true, right? And I hit play, am I able to actually look at it changing live? So here I'm looking at this, right? Disabled property. It's unchecked, right? And that's the right leg there. So if I come through here and I destroy the right leg, we're not getting a lot of houses here. We're not getting a lot of houses. I need to add more houses. It's like a very important testing tool here. So we haven't got rid of the right leg yet. Like, I don't know if it would actually appear in the editor. So, I mean, certainly nothing's happening. That didn't check off. There's a delay, so you always read my suggestions after you already did it. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. So, I don't know. I feel like this is like a long-term difficult problem. I wish there was a way I could see if I'm even communicating with these nodes correctly. I think that I am. but I don't really know how to prove that. Is it possible to just like print it? That probably won't work, right? Just print itself out? Is that how things work? I don't think that's how things work. That's not how anything works. I guess I could say print name equals true, and I could attach a script to this or something. We could make it the body so it's just easier. Thanks, Donnie. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for checking in. I appreciate it. I will. Hope everything's going well in your world. Take good care, Donnie. Peace out. Leave a like before you go. Thank you. Print collision. Oh, you guys are smart. I was about to do some mess. Wow. Oh, okay. Expected closing parenthetical after call arguments. Is that not a closing parenthetical? Does it not? Oh, dot active. I was like, what are you talking about? Okay. It definitely isn't printing it. Oh, it did, but it invalid get index active on base collision shape 3D. So it is seeing collision. It does see that it's collision shape 3D. It just the active thing. Could we even say self or something? Invalid get index self. Could it just say like self, just straight up, just self? Maybe you were saying something that I didn't do right. You're saying print. Oh, I see. You're saying I gotcha. Oh, you said sorry, not active but disabled. I think I typed it wrong anyway. I think I typed it wrong, so I should at least try it correctly first. Okay, that still didn't work. Okay, and then you're saying disabled. So whether or not, but so first we have to, okay, that'll be interesting. And then it can say that that's false right now because it is. And then we can see if it turns to true. Oh, nice. Oh, beautiful. There we go. So there it's printing false. Okay. So then, very nice. So then we could say collision disabled equals true and see if it's, or sorry. I did that wrong. What was the... Identify collision not declared in the current... Oh, I gotta spell it right. That'll do it. There we go. Okay. So now we'll see if it is even setting it to true. It is! It's setting it to true! Wow. But it just doesn't care. So I think... And again, somebody who was in the chat last week said that there's something to do with Godot and the way the physics engine works, where you can't change the collision. Here, let me get rid of this, sorry. You can't change the collision at runtime, or after runtime. You can't do it. It's like set once the game starts, or something like that. So at least we can confirm it is setting it to true. It just doesn't care. It's like, nope, that doesn't matter. I'm not doing it. I'm a little disappointed because it would be kind of nice if we could just turn off an on collision. Now it's weird because, you know, people are saying that it would work, but maybe the way we have it set up, it doesn't work because it's like a player character or something. There is also the mask idea. So like if we come to but the problem with the mask is that's not on a collision basis. That's like the whole character. So if we did that, the whole character would fall through, which wouldn't be great. But it would be kind of curious to know if that works. So like if we were to turn off one of the layers. So instead of collision disable, we could say player. I mean, this is not what I want, but I'd kind of be curious to know what happens. Set collision layer value 1, but we need more. Let me look at what this was looking for. Layer number value boolean. So we want to set it to false, right? I really don't think, I mean, whatever. It's worth a shot. 1 and then false. I think that's the right one. Let me make sure. The ground is actually layer 2. The ground is layer 2. So I want to say 2. Set it to false. So this would make the entire player fall through the ground, which isn't what I want, but I wonder if it'll still work. Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't. Because it should be if any one of these go away, the entire player should fall through. So I think we just can't mess with collision at runtime in Godot, which is weird, right? Which is definitely weird. Especially considering... Now this was talking about 2D. Trouble disabling a collision shape. It looks different. How can I disable collision detection? Disabling collision shape has weird results. Yeah, it just might not be possible. And this might be like its own, a problem for its own stream. Like something we do all on its own someday, you know? Not today, per se. Because it seems like a big problem. And I'm thinking maybe we do, like... Disable equals true should work. You tried it now? So I wonder if... Thank you. I wonder if the problem isn't... But we did that. But we tried that. I guess we did disabled. I think the problem might be the way it's set up. So that might work with the way you have it set up, but maybe the way this is set up, it doesn't work right. Whoa. Invalid set index disable with value of type bool. Oh, you meant disabled. Yeah, we tried that. And then when we did that, we did the print that you talked about. Collision disabled. It would print false. Oh, okay. Hold on, I think... Oh, there it goes. So it's true. So it's true. So it is disabled, but it doesn't actually apply that. Why do they even have the variable if you cannot change it? It lies in the concept of variable that it can be changed. Yeah. Agreed. Agreed. And I mean, Marion said that they just tried it and it worked. So I feel like there's something with the way that this character is set up that makes it not work. And I don't know what that is. So I say we move on from it for now, even though this is something I'm gonna have to figure out at some point. The person who said that it's not gonna work was very confident. And I'm inclined to trust them. So I'm gonna move on to a different task. As much as I want to keep banging our head against this desk, we have done great work at proving that it won't work. We have done excellent work at proving that it's not going to work. So I'm going to say, let's do some other tasks for now. I kind of like, you know what I kind of like to do? Because there's another part to my goal today. We've got limb hit points. They go down. But what if we want to bring the limbs back? What if we set up a way for them to come back? I think we can do that. And then we can call this a successful session. There's still a lot to figure out. There's still a lot to do. But I say we add in some healing stuff and we try to bring the limbs back. And we could even say that in here, right? We could say if... Let me fix something. We could say if health... I love that we can just set all this up in the script. It's awesome. Oh, if health is greater than 0. Not only that, but we can show it. We can say mesh show. And then that should bring it back when we heal. Oh, but that's only when we get damage. Right. So that'd actually be a separate thing. I see. So we would want a new function, because this only happens when damage is detected. So we would want a function for healing is detected. I see. Is this script used anywhere? I feel like we can delete this. Yeah, we can delete this. Okay. So I'm going to create healing. I think we have time for it. I think we can pull it off. We've already got damage. Let's bring that health back. So I'm not going to like make the object for health yet, but let's just, or I'm not going to make the sculpt. I'm just going to use like a block for now. But I will need a script for it. Let's just go into one of these terrain blocks. And let's add in, I guess what I'll do, well, let's add in a area 3D. And then I'll add a mesh in here. We'll make it a box, or let's make it a sphere. Let's make it a sphere. I'm going to give it a color. Thank you all for your help. You all have been amazing. You all have been so amazing. And let's make it red or something for the color of meat. Since that, it is going to be like humans and animals and stuff are going to be the, what heals you. And then we'll add collision in there. Mesh, simple collision. There we go. And this will be meat 1. All right. Now I need a script for it. So we have a class specifically. This is going to be a true test of everything I've learned. I might need help along the way. We'll see. So I'm going to call this meat. It is health, but I'm going to call it meat. I guess I could call it health. But it is meat. It's also meat. Why don't I call it health? You know what? I'm just going to call it health for now. As much as I want to call it meat, I might want something different for that. Truth be told. I might want something different for that. I don't know why it's not letting me rename it. Let's just delete it. Do over there. Create a new script. I'm going to call it health. And in here, we're going to say class name equals, or not equals, class name health. Okay. And then I'm going to refer back to the other stuff. So similar to the obstacle, right, we want this same kind of function ready, area entered connect. We actually want it to be very similar to this. We want it to be extremely similar to this. So I'm just going to actually copy all of this. It's basically the same as an obstacle, except I don't really want it to be collision. I want it to be like a mouse click, ideally. So you actually like click on it with the mouse. I don't know. I feel like that's not really necessary for setting this up. We can change. I mean, maybe. I wonder. I feel like there is... Let me look at the area 3. I feel like there is a node for this, isn't there? isn't there? Area entered. I don't know, because that's also 3D. So it would have to know. I feel like that's a little more complex. We kind of need like some raycast or something from the cursor. That's kind of a whole separate thing, right? If we want the mouse to detect it. At the top is the debug option. You can set visible collision shape to true and check if collision is really disabled. Oh, that's interesting. Let me try that real fast. We're not doing anything too important here. So if we say collision disabled true, at the top is the debug option. Debug option. Debug option at the top. There's a debug option at the top. Oh, debug. Deploy with remote debug. So would I just do deploy with remote debug? Using one-click deploy will make the executable attempt to connect with this computer's IP so the running project can be debugged. This option is intended to be used for remote debugging, typically with a mobile device. Okay, that's not what we want. Visible collision shapes? Oh, there you go. You can set visible collision shape to true and check if collision is really... When this option is enabled, collision shapes and raycast nodes will be visible in the running project. Really? Whoa! Cool! I did not know this existed. This is neat. Oh, look, it does go away. So there's two, it does. It is gone. Yep. Because there's two layers. So this, I have to clarify this so you know. There's two layers here. There's two collisions. Is it the other collision? It can't be. No, it can't be. I mean, we can try both of them, but I don't think that's what it is it? Is that the problem? So there's two collisions here. There's a collision. So if I pull this away, is that the problem? If I pull this away, you can see there's two here. This one is supposed to be the collision that collides with the ground. And then this other collision is on top of it. And this collision is supposed to be for the area 3D, so for detecting if it hits obstacles, but not supposed to be for if it's colliding with the ground. And so if we start this out with that debug on, and we don't hit anything, you can see there's two layers of the collision on there. You can kind of see there's both on there. And then once the limb is dead, and its HP is gone, you can see now it's only one layer of it instead of two. So it is actually disabling the collision. Try to disable both. Maybe it'll do something. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, looking at this, I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That'd be worth a try. All right, let's see. So let's go into the script. We're going to need to define... This is such a... I'm learning so much about using export variables just casually. Area, or we'll say collision area. This is also collision shape 3D. All right, so we'll hook this up for each one. Body with body. This is a little easier since they're right next to each other. Leg with leg. Leg with leg. This one is much easier. You don't have to go looking for nothing. I love it. There we go. Okay. And then we'll say collision area disabled true. All right, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. This will be interesting. So I want to make sure the legs are mostly what we get rid of here. Wow. Oh, we still have one leg. Why would one leg still be there? What? Why wouldn't they both go away? Did I only set it up for the right leg or something? I'm confused. I'm very confused. It only... Let me try getting rid of a different one first. So it left it there. The only one that it's getting rid of is the right leg. Why? Oh, and the body. It looks like it got rid of the body. Did I hook up the wrong ones? Maybe because the names are the same, so the body goes away too. But not the right leg. Or not the left leg and the left and right arms. Maybe I hooked them up wrong? It's kind of strange, isn't it? To be fair, the names are the same. So, like, maybe that's causing some confusion. I could easily rename them. There's really no... Oops. There's no reason not to. Wow, the arm isn't going away. How strange. I could rename them. We could say collision A instead of just collision, so that way it's a little different. I feel like Godot would be able to tell the difference. Oh no, look. It didn't. Maybe we had... Wait. Did we have the wrong one? We were getting... It was me. It was me all along, maybe. Look, this is... The collision is the area collision. What? Okay, alright, hey, good puzzle to solve out. Okay. This was set to the wrong thing. Except in some of them. I had the right one for this, so that's a good reason to not name things the same, because it's easy to mix them up. Okay, I like this problem because it's solvable. So the leg right is set up correctly. The leg left is not. This would make sense why it wasn't working. Okay, let's try this. Wow, I can't believe I did that. I can. That's why it's good to name things different. Lesson learned. I mean, I assume lesson is learned. It's possible I forget this lesson. But this would be a time to learn it. Okay. And this is arm left. Okay, so this is collision, arm left, collision A, arm left, collision arm right, collision A, arm right, collision leg left, collision A, leg left, collision leg right, collision A, leg right, collision body, collision A, body. Okay. Honestly, out of curiosity, I'm going to comment out turning off the area collision. I'm going to comment that out. And then I'll try, if that doesn't work, I'll try it with it back in. So this way we're testing we're actually testing the original thing. Because before we weren't actually testing it. Oh, okay. So it still doesn't work. Still doesn't work. Even with those collisions set correctly, assigned correctly, it still doesn't work. We're not falling down. Now let's put this back in, see if getting rid of the area body collision helps. Wow. It's gonna be kind of amazing if it still doesn't work. I mean, not amazing, but interesting. Oh, let me get that leg. Let me hurt that leg. No dice. Look, the collision is gone. There's no collision, and yet we collide. So even though we weren't really testing it earlier, ThoughtT, the chatter who postulated that it wouldn't work, their postulation remains proven, or not unproven, that once that collision, at least in this case, is set, it can't be unset at runtime. There's phantom collisions here. How interesting. That was a great, dude, thank you. Thank you for that suggestion, because now I know what was wrong. Can you show me the script that's on the player? Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. So this is pretty much the default script that's on the player. I think this is why ThoughtT said, so something in here is why ThoughtT said what they said about why it won't work. So it should be in here, whatever the reason is. So it's mostly the default character body 3D script, except, I have taken out up and down. So we have get axis here instead of get vector. So this is get vector usually, the default script. And it's got 4 left, right, up, and down. I removed the vector and we have axis, so it's just left and right. So that's what's different there. Otherwise, it's the same as the default. And then I added in this up action, this action pressed up, so that way you can slow or speed up the terrain velocity as it's coming forward. And then there's this, maybe this move and slide. Again, this is default in here. This is on floor can cause a problem. So this is something from the default. Oh, interesting. I mean, I'm kind of, I think jumping would be nice to have, but I'm down to comment it out. Let's comment out the jumping. So no more jumping. Disable collision, don't switch to false. Right. All right, let's see what happens with that commented out. Still didn't have, but maybe that's not what you meant. That may not be what you meant, but that certainly wasn't enough. I wonder if it's this gravity stuff, right? Which, by the way, like, do we even need? Probably. We probably do. We probably do. Uncomment first floor check, just the first one. The if not is on floor. Let's try it. See what happens. Why not? Okay. Oh, we got a straight line of them. Okay, collision is gone. We're still not falling down. Did not work. But that's okay. Learn something. What if I comment out all of this? What will break? Oh, so now I can't move, right? I can't control the character. But I wonder, oh, we're probably gonna lose our body and we can't really tell. I guess we'll be able to, well, yeah, I don't think a house is gonna hit us on the left leg there without taking out the arm. Maybe. Oh, maybe this house will take out the leg. Oh, that tree might. Oh, it didn't. Oh, gosh. There we go. Oh, it didn't fall, though. No fall. So even with the gravity removed, still is not falling. Something wrong with the physics. Is the character affected by gravity? I have no idea. I have no idea. I will say we can jump. The jump works. So we can use the jump feat. Whoa. What? What? Wait. Oh, okay. We gotta bring this. I forgot to uncomment that. So jumping does work. So, like, I think the gravity does kind of work. What if we get rid of the legs and then we jump? Okay, we still fall on those legs as if they're there. How wild is that? First floor check is for gravity. Comment only floor check and leave subtracting velocity y. Oh, I see what you're saying. So just like this. All right, everything seems to work. We can still jump and stuff. Let's get those legs out of here. Oh, that's not a lot of houses. Dang, that's a lot of tree tiles. RNG. Okay, one more house. Still nothing. Still nothing. It's all very interesting. But as far as I know, is on floor is checked by a raycast. If so, you must shorten the raycast once the legs are gone. What? That's interesting. Returns true if the body collided with... It's freaking weird. Yeah. Returns true if the body collided with the floor on the last call of move and slide. Returns true if the body collided on the floor with the last call of move and slide. Otherwise, returns false. The up direction and floor max angle are used to determine whether a surface is floor or not. Is this the raycast? Floor max angle? Like, I wonder if we could just adjust this. Floor max angle default, whatever that is. Where a slope is still considered a floor or a ceiling rather than a wall. I don't know. That seems like maybe not what would be the thing. I'm still here for this problem solving. But while y'all think, because to me, I'm like, I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till Thought T comes back, or, you know, doing some research off stream. So I'm gonna keep doing the health thing. But if you guys have thoughts, I will immediately jump back to this task. I will immediately jump back to this task. Pretty immediately. I'm also setting up this health thing. I'm gonna make it the same as the obstacle. Except, oh right, so that was the thing I was gonna figure out, was if the cursor, area 3D detect cursor. I feel like we need to do something else. Check if mouse entered area 3D without a signal. I mean, it doesn't have to not be a signal. You can research Godot on as many nodes as you want. Yeah, but the signal's okay. It's not really helpful to me, actually. Detect mouse over 3D object. Oh, we talked about. Oh yeah, this was in from our last project. I mean, I'm not going to worry about that right now. There is a tutorial about this. There is a tutorial about this that I know of. By GWiz. Godot for 3D mouse tutorial. How to
Hello
click in
everyone,
3D
in
space.
this
Whoop,
tutorial,
that's loud.
I'll be showing you how to click in
Excuse
3D
that.
space in Godot 4. To get
this is
started,
from
I simply
GWiz.
have a static body for the floor and a camera that is rotated down to look at it. So we can go ahead now, create a new script. In here,
Access to the project. Well, something I've been meaning to do, Marion, is put this on GitHub. I have been meaning to do that. Let me see if I have the capacity to do that. So I'm willing to take that detour. I'm willing to take that detour because I've been procrastinating putting this on GitHub. And I should probably stop procrastinating that. Truth be told. Now I set up my previous project with a GitHub repo. With a GitHub repo. But I don't exactly remember the process that I went through to do that. Why would my password be wrong? Apparently, I haven't logged in to GitHub in too long. Let me pull up GitHub desktop. I might have to push this to another time. I'm not sure. That's okay, Marie. I mean, it's honestly, it's okay because we tried stuff. Dude, we learned so much doing all that. Like, that was an incredible learning experience. And, like, believe that when we figure this out someday, it's going to be so satisfying. So this is another project. What is my login information? Apparently, I don't know that. Apparently, that is something I don't know. I might have to do this another time. But we just need to know more about how this floor check works. And it's default. It's default in the Godot character body 3D script. So this would be something, in theory, you could play around with. But then again, Marion said they got it to work in theirs, so there must be something kind of different in whatever I'm doing here. So I don't really know. Chat entered .connect check stream. Nice! Nice! Well done. Well done, Frank. We should mandate that everybody has to chat in GD script code. Frank, you're learning Godot. Look at you. That's amazing. I don't know why I wasn't logging into GitHub. It looks like I have it all correct. GitHub, what's your problem? Can I create a new repository here? New repository? Maybe I just do it right here. Will this work? Repository name, alien meat worlds. Description. Indeed, Frank. Super alien. Prototype project for a survival runner game. Okay, I think this is fine. We need to choose a different folder. There's the folder. Create it. Will that just work? And then I think I can just give you the link. Publish it. Summary, first push. Oh, I guess we have to publish it first and then we can commit it. No, it's public. It's public. Share it with the world. Is it not? Oh, because we haven't made any changes. All right, let me just make a change real fast. Save it. Did I set it up right? Did I set it up right? Would be my question. I don't know if I did. I mean, it should be the right folder. Let me make sure I picked the right folder. Oh, it created a new thing in here. And then everybody makes it into dreams, and yeah, you shared it. Look up project folder. It looks like I did it. It looks like I created a folder within my project folder. Which is not really what I want. Not exactly what I want. It is for some reason making a new folder. Yeah, I noticed that. I'm not exactly sure how to change that, though. Repository. Settings. Is that something we can change? Move that folder up? I'm afraid of like messing up my Godot project in doing it. And change project path again. Move that folder up. Move that folder up. Move it up? I mean, if I go up and change, right, so that's right, so I think that's the problem. Change the project path again. I'm not sure how to do that. Oh, so you're saying, I mean, I would have to just, I guess I could do that. I can change my Godot project path, like, whatever. Whatever, we just close the project, right? I just close it, and I just re-import it, and then it'll be fine. This .git and get attributes to root folder. Oh. Oh, so I can just pull these out of here? Are you saying I can just cut these and paste them in here and that won't work, will it? It has to have this name. So I think, wouldn't I have to rename this folder and do what you're saying? I see. So rename this. Okay. So rename this to this folder. Okay, let's cut these out of here. Paste them in the project. They're already there? Why would they already be there? That's kind of weird. Get attributes already exists. I guess we'll just replace it and not worry about that. Replace. Okay. All right. If you say it. Copy this. Delete that. And then rename it to be the same as what it is looking for. And hopefully it doesn't have a conniption fit. You can even delete that auto-created folder by Git. Okay, can't find it. Oh, good. So now it's just going to look for it again. Okay, cool. All right. Now we got stuff. Now we got stuff. All right, and then we'll pop open Godot again. And we'll just re-import the project. It's going to mess up a few things with Blender. I'm going to have to... It's fine. It's not a big deal. Import... this. There's the project. Import and edit. All should be normal. Right? Probably? I hope so. And then hopefully... you can come check it out if you want. All right, looks good. Save it. We're going to say first push. Commit it. Take your time. It's pretty much the whole thing. It's pretty much committing the entire thing. So I guess that would take a second. That's fair. Take your time. Take your time. Do what you gotta do. That's all right. I'm here. That's all right. Oh, there we go. Okay. We've committed. I do want to see the changes just to confirm that we're all good. It did. It detected the change. No problem. And so now I should be able to get this URL and check it out. Who needs to log in? There it is. Just get attributes. Yeah. But we just made a new push. Maybe I didn't do. Oh, I committed, but I didn't push. Forgot about that. That is, where do I, it's been a second. Where is that? Where is that? Where does that live? Is it because you want me to do this? Test push. Commit. There we go. Push origin. All right, Marie, European time zone. See you next time. I'm glad you could come out. I'm glad, like, I tried to pick a time zone that, like, crossovers enough. Like, enough folks that we can at least hang out sometimes. I'm glad it worked out. Thank you for your help, Marie. Oh my gosh, it's been so fun hanging out, and I appreciate all your suggestions. You don't have to apologize. You did great. I'll see you next time, and good luck in general and with your own projects and stuff. See you, Marie. Thanks for stopping by again. On top, push origin. Okay. Oh, I see. All right, there it goes. So it's taking its time. It's taking its time, but it's getting there. It's getting there. Let's go. This ear is floppy. Oh, it must be my, I don't know, my headphones? It's getting there. And then, yeah, let me give you this URL. Yay, finally! Also, yay, finally! There is a GitHub repository at long last. At long last. So now you guys can actually check this out. I'm going to put this in the video description. So if you are watching this and you want to check out this code, you can. You can. I'm going to put this in the description of this video, and then this will be in all the videos in the future as well. It happened. Marion, you helped me do this. Thank you. Get repo. Done. All right, it's in the description. I'll put it in the chat as well. There we go. Steal my code. Steal my game. It is our game. It is our game. We are Hyper Game Dev. All right. So, cool. And that's probably still... Nope, it's done. It's all done. It's all done. All right, so I'm going to continue with the health stuff. We've got Marion on the ground, solving our problems together. Love it. Do your best. We'll see what happens. All right. So, health stuff. I've got the health script right. So, so I was going to check out this tutorial from GWiz. I just kind of want to know what node the class should extend from.
If the ready function.
At least.
And we'll create a new function called shoot ray. And in there, we'll create a new variable called mouse position. This will obviously be our mouse position. We'll get this by get.
So he's putting this on the camera.
Dot get mouse position. Next, we will set our ray length. So we'll do ray length, and a good size to go with will be 1000. And obviously you can mess around with that value. And now we need to set the position of where the ray starts and where it ends. So we'll call a variable from. This will be project ray origin. And we will pass in our mouse position that we got earlier. And where we're shooting it to will be from plus.
Cool. Shooting a ray from the camera. And that ray cast follows the mouse. Nice.
Normal. We'll
That's
pass in that mouse position again. And we'll multiply that by our ray length. We also need to reference the space. So we will set a new variable called space. Set this to get world 3D dot direct space state. To create the ray, we will create a variable called ray query. We'll set this to physics query ray query parameters 3D dot new. We will set its from position to our from position that we created before, and same with the to position. So dot to gets 2, and we will pass in the result to a variable called raycast results. Set this to space dot intersect ray, and pass in that ray query. And now we can go ahead and print out our raycast result.
Heck of a chunk of code.
I've gone ahead and made a simple click action in my input map, which is connected to my left mouse button. So we can reference this by creating a new function, input event. We'll check if event dot is action, press, click, and then, if so, we will shoot the ray. Now, if I press play, you'll see that if I click off to the side, since the ray is not colliding with anything, it will return a blank dictionary. However, if I click the ground, it will return this dictionary full of data. I've gone ahead and made a simple marker scene, which is just a sphere with a red color.
That's awesome.
And we can spawn this in by creating a variable called marker. We will reference
So this is a little
this
different.
by preloading.
Because this isn't about detecting
And
anything.
now in our shoot ray function, we will first check if not the raycast
But in theory,
result
what we could do
is empty. So if there is no,
and I'm not saying this is the best way to do it, but just basing on this, we could spawn something at the point that you click, and then that could detect the area, which means we can just proceed having the health be an area node, and then come back to this and spawn those markers that appear. And then if those intersect with a health item, then it collects the health. That should work.
no result, we want to
Not to say there isn't a more direct way to have the raycast, to say like if the ray intersects with an area 3D, yeah, there might be a way to do that. I don't know how to do that.
spawn in anything. However, if there is, we will create a new instance. We'll set this to marker dot instantiate. We'll set the the instance dot position to the raycast result. And since this is a dictionary, we can simply reference the position, and we'll reference the main node dot add child, and we will add in that instance. And now when we press play, if I click off to the side, nothing will happen. However, if I click the ground, it will spawn in that red sphere. Anyways, guys, if you have any questions or comments, please leave them down below, and don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you.
Interesting. All right. So I'm going to say we go ahead and make this an area 3D. And for now, the character can just collide with it and then collects the health. And that's fine. And that works for now. And then later on, we can find a different way to have that area 3D collision happen. For now, we'll just say if it collides with, you know, the player in general, then we're good. And in the future, we can say if it collides, if the area 3D collides with whatever our marker is. Okay. So this is the health. Let me paste in the obstacle logic. So it's going to be the same. Everything's going to be the same, except our name is health instead of obstacle. We want it to extend from an area 3D. It's the ultimate test of what I've learned. Area 3D connect, check area. I mean, it's really the same thing. Check area. And is it a body part area? I mean, really, it is, we can say the same thing, really. Except we don't care about body part. It's just any part, really. We could do the messenger stuff. Actually, we should. We should say, we should go to the messenger here, create a new signal, health collected. And then we can come back to the health script. Messenger health collected. Emit, and we don't really need to know the body part area. I mean, we kind of do. We kind of do. We want to know. We can do that, because then we can say emit body part area, and then on the what we want to check So instead of body part area, I'll say, I mean, we could keep it, I guess we could keep it the same name, actually. Actually, we could, because we have all the player stuff on here. So we'll say, if body part area is set to self, and we don't need to worry about that. We could say, I mean, actually, that would be fine. That would be fine. We just want a different function, right? So we want to say, and then do we need to set that function up in here somehow? I don't think so. I think that's just accessible now as a function. Function health collected? Well, that won't just work, will it? Body part area. It does work. I don't know that this is where I necessarily always want it. If body part area is set to self, and health is less than 4, health plus equals 1. Is that gonna work? And then I have to come to the object that's in the scene, the health object, and then drag the health script onto it. And maybe that'll work. I don't know that it will. I don't know that it will. But I'd like to find out. So we're going to make sure we get some damage. Oh gosh, it's in a terrible place. I can barely hit it. So let's move it so we can actually run into it. Whoa. Why is it moving so strange? What? Oh, I see. Whoopsie. I put these too far away from the initial thing. I didn't realize that. That's okay. That's okay. I mean, it's not great. All right, hold on. Let me reset up the mesh instance and everything. All right, delete these. So there's that. I'm going to add a mesh instance into here. Mesh instance 3D. Make it a sphere. Give it a color. Give it a meaty color. And then I'm going to make a collision for it. And then we should be able to move it just fine. We do want it to be collectible. I'm going to guess the center is around here, maybe? So hopefully that's in the center enough that we can actually get to it. Now, it's okay if we take some damage. It's quite alright to take some damage here. It would be ideal, even, if we take some damage. And let's see if we heal. Oh! Alright. Something happened. That's something. Invalid get index health. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Okay. Let's spell it correctly. Take some damage. Okay, I have to be a little visible. Although I could just do the debug. Oh no, because we're deleting the collision shapes. Oh, I guess I should actually have the collision shapes not get deleted then. So we can at least see those collision shapes when we're testing it. That would be nice. Let me do that. So then, if I am completely hidden, at least we can still see those collision shapes. Okay, so we're looking for some health. There's some health. No idea if that worked. Oh, I didn't put in a mesh show. We want to say the mesh shows if the health is above 0. So let me fix that. Otherwise, we won't even know if it is working. Wait for the health. Dang, that RNG sucks. My gosh, here we go. Oh, doesn't look like it works. It doesn't look like it works. I'm curious to not be invisible. I'm curious to not be invisible. Okay, look, we do have a health up soon here. Okay, that is not working whatsoever. Now, I have no idea at what level it isn't working. If body part area is set to self and health is less than 4. So I wonder... I mean, it's not going to be looking for the part that's damaged, is it? And it only increases the damaged part. If so, it's only going to do the legs, but I don't think that works. Okay, no, so that definitely is not working. Let's see if we say print, when this happens, I'm going to say print health collected. I'm curious to know if this is even working. So the output will be health collected once we run into it, no matter what. Right? Oh, that's still if. That's still if. So I might want to move it up. But let me see. So I'm looking down at the output. Okay, it doesn't seem like it saw anything. What if I move this out here? Does it at least print something? It doesn't. So I've got my function set up wrong. Something is set up wrong. Okay, all right. Cool, cool, cool. I'm a little surprised. Function health collected. I wonder if we don't need this body part area. But I do, because then we want to read it. But what if I don't read it? What if we just say, forget all that. If that function runs at all, do stuff. I'm not surprised. I'm setting it up very wrong. Okay, so it's not printing anything. It's not doing anything. Let's see what I might have done wrong. On the terrain itself, we do have the script attached. Script comes from Area 3D. It's called health. It's looking for area entered. So let's have it print here. Let's have it print something here. Print health sees player. See if it's at least running it there. Oh, whoop, 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 whoop. What did I do? What did I do? Include the indented block after function declaration. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. There we go. Okay. So let's see if it at least prints that. Here's the health. Okay, the health sees the player. So that much works. But does the player see the health? So we've got messenger, health collected, emit body part area. So if I come over to the messenger script, see what I've got set up wrong there. Health signal health collected is set up. It is set up. And then if I go to the body parts script, you know, maybe I don't think I'm like not setting it up correctly here. Oh, I didn't connect it in the ready function. We got it. I gotta set it up in the ready function. Okay. So we want to say messenger health collected connect damage detected is what we called that. We'll say health detected. I guess I should be renaming this. Body damage, health. Really, we should say health detected here, if I'm being honest. This should be health detected. This should be health collected. All right, so I'm going to come back to the messenger. We're going to say health detected. Come back to the health script and call it health detected. Okay. Now I got rid of the body part area stuff because I'm not sure I need it. Unexpected identifier in class body. Oh, I forgot to spell connect correctly. At least. Oh, we gotta indent this. I think. Unexpected indent. Oh, no, we don't have to indent it. Wait, what did I do? Function ready. I'm a little confused. This wrapping is so confusing. And I gotta zoom out. I hate zooming out because it's so slow. I'm just gonna zoom back in, which is gonna take forever. And then I'm gonna unwrap it, the text. That'd be a nice thing to have as a hotkey. Wait, you need to unwrap it. I said don't wrap it. No wrapping. Why are you wrapping? I said don't wrap. It's still wrapping the text. Wait, why would the ready... Why wouldn't this be like that? Okay, there we go. I see. That was so... It's so... Dude, the wrapping gets so confusing. Okay. There we go. Now we've set it up correctly. Put the wrapping back on. And... So it's not detecting any body part differentiation, which it doesn't need to. But some things should work. Oh, not quite. Health sees player. Health sees player. The player does not see health. Health collected is not coming up. So we still got a problem. So we've connected health detected. We have connected that now. The health sees player. On the messenger, health detected is the name of the signal. That's correct. Over here on this script on the body parts, health detected, connect it to health collected. There's health collected. I mean, maybe I do need to say body part area. I don't really see why, but if body part area is set to self and health is below 4. Let's see if that makes a difference. It may well not. But I'm going to try it anyway. Looking for that health. There it is. Oh, health collected. Okay, so the health did get collected. This is good. This is very good. Now, what isn't happening is I don't think those numbers are going up. So let me try it again and not go invisible so I can see if the number is or isn't going up. Oh, okay, the number isn't going up. So the health is being collected, but it's not actually increasing the health. Now, how does that make sense? It's not seeing it as an obstacle, so it's not doing damage. Right? Print Damage dealt. I mean, I think we would have seen the self get printed. So if I hit just this, it doesn't seem to be dealing any damage. What is going on here? See if I can find a sphere. Actually, it might be dealing damage at the same time. Maybe not. We got 1 damage dealt output. If I hit this... No, it's not. It's not dealing damage. Curious. Very curious. So it prints the message, but it's not actually adding anything to the health. That's weird. If the health is less than 4 and the body area part area is self, it might not know what health to update. I mean, is it going up? Maybe I just don't realize it is, but I don't think it is. Because it also has to set up this way. I would think it has to match the body part. So I'm looking down here. That's a 2. If I run into this, it does not go up to a 3. Why? Maybe because it's not updating the label. That could be why. Let's have it. But it should still show it again, is the thing. It should still show. Because the health variable is still going up. So it should still re-show the limb when we collect some health. But maybe that's not true. Maybe that's not true. Oof, it's gonna make me work for this. Okay, there's the health. Oh, it goes up! It went up! Okay, we just had to have it display. Nice. Yes! Let's go. Okay, so now let me try making the legs disappear. Now, can I make them reappear when I collect the health? This is good. This is very good. I'm gonna try not to lose my body. I kind of like this game. The more it comes together. Okay. So it does heal, but what it isn't doing is re-showing the body part. The body part is not coming back. So what's supposed to happen, oh, but that's when damage is detected. If health is greater than 0, then show it. I see. So we would want to say, I mean, we could even have it run every time, but we could also say inside of this, if health becomes greater than 0. I mean, I feel like we don't need to say that, right? We could just say every time you add health, it's going to show the limb, right? Okay, let's see what happens. So we're going to go invisible and then see if we can get that limb back. Yes, the limb is back! Let's go. Sweet. Curious, is it on a per limb basis? I think it isn't. I think it's so we're all completely invisible now. If I just tap it with one leg. Oh no, it is. It's what it collides with. Let's go. This is awesome. Let's go. So now we have health that's tied to an object. I did it! Awesome. And I did it with the help of people who came through here and helped me set up the damage stuff, right? That's the only way that I was able to set up this health, is by emulating that which you all have taught me. Thank you for teaching me. So now we can recover ourselves. Now, look, it's not what I imagine. What I really want is for us to be able to click on the health. And not only that, so I haven't necessarily told you this, but what I want is for you to be able to click on the health and then drag it and drop it onto your limb. So you have to actually choose which limb do you want to heal. So drag the health and then drop it on there. So thinking about that tutorial we just saw, we would want to set up something with a marker, maybe, with a marker that when we click on in the scene, it deploys that marker. And that marker could just be there real quick for just a second. And that marker would say, do I see a health pickup? If I don't, destroy myself. If I do, now we're in the first state of health being collected. The second state will happen when you let go of the mouse. An arm, right? And so it's kind of like, well, what arm? Is the character right-handed? So I guess it'll default with the right arm. Maybe both arms. Maybe it'll use both arms to grab. That kind of raises some questions, like gameplay design-wise. You know, like, can you choose your handedness? And maybe you have better aim with a certain hand? And maybe you can, like, unlock a perk of ambidextrous? And then you can use either hand with equal strength? But the thing is if you're grabbing with your right hand, and then you're gonna drag it onto your right hand? So it's like that's kind of awkward, right? And the idea is supposed to be that you eat the meat, right? So, I mean, I guess we could just have it so it highlights the limb, right? So you grab it, you pull it to the limb, it highlights the limb that you're hovering over while you have something in your hand. And then when you let go, that brings us into state 2. Maybe that's state 3 if we think about it, because we got the hovering. So state 2 is now we can hover on different parts. State 3 is that when you let go, it's going to apply the health. Actually, it's not going to apply the health. We want an animation of the meat being devoured. Right? So here I have a crude drawing of meat being devoured. So it's gonna eat the thing, and then once it eats it, so that's state 3, it eating it. State 4 would be it applying it to the limb that you had hovered over when you dragged it. So it's going to be tricky, right? It's going to get complicated, because if we have the hands potentially changing, whichever hand it is, if you're right-handed or you're left-handed, and whatever, whichever hand, because if you lose the right arm, right, you should still grab with the left one. This is an interesting idea. I need to jot this down. This is a very interesting idea. Perks / character setup. And this is kind of where the rogue-lite stuff comes in, ideally, in part. So, handedness. Left or right? Well, dominant hand has more range. Arm has more range. And as default, unless I mean, it's kind of like, why would this alien have handedness? I don't know, because it's a game. Dominant arm has more range, and it's default unless arm is destroyed. Unless dominant arm is destroyed. All right. This kind of works, or makes some sense of some such or another. And then we could say ambidextrous perk, both arms equally equal range power or whatever. And that can be something you can unlock. That's a cool idea. I like that. And then we specifically, maybe I'll work on this tomorrow. I don't know. Healing or meat healing state machine. Right? We got state 1. Meat grab detected. State 2, and then that's like, you know, click. Left mouse button. Which it doesn't have to be, you know, for the joystick, we could have a joystick 1, 2. I'm just going to say left mouse button for now. State 2 is hover. So hovering meat over limb to heal. And it's actually not just going to be limbs. There's going to be another option where you can actually hover over your score. So you can either consume the meat or drop the meat into your score. But for now, we'll just say limb. I've got a lot figured out for this game. At least, you know, for the prototype. You know, it may be like, wait, this isn't fun. Let me change this. But, you know, I figure I might as well at least make the game as I imagine it for now. So, and then we can say limbs light up. The third state is left mouse button release, and alien eats meat. Marion figured out the collision issue. What? You what? What? Okay, this is interesting. This will be interesting. This will be interesting. Wow. The degree to which I need to upgrade your credit. Left mouse button released. Alien eats the meat. 4. Animation, eating animation, end. Alien or limb, previously hovered limb, hovered and released over limb, gets hit points. And then that's it. That's the whole state machine cycles. Now this leaves out being able to hover over something else, but I think this might be what I try to do tomorrow. This is tough. This is gonna be tough. I feel like this is ambitious, but I think this is what I'm gonna try to do tomorrow. Because we've got healing stuff. Like I did it. Now, I have to be clear. I did it because of everyone who helped me set up the obstacle damage stuff. I was able to just duplicate all of that, except have it, instead of taking away health, it adds health. But I don't want you to just be colliding into it. I want it to be a matter of actually choosing where you apply the health. It's very important to this game working the way it's supposed to work. But it's still a pretty cool thing. All right, so let's see what we've got from Marion. Before setting collision disabled, write await get tree process frame? Really? That will do it? What? Okay, so if health is set to 0, await get tree process frame. So we're looking at the topmost level of our game. And we're waiting for the frame to process. Expect the end of statement after expression found identifier instead. Oh, dot. So it's like it's the timing of it that's causing the problem. And then we'll say collision disabled equals true. All right. Let's see what happens. What? What an unexpected solution. Okay, let's get these legs out of here. I don't know what's gonna happen. Oh! It works! Yes! Nice! Oh, hell yeah! That's what's up. Look at that. Champion! And there we go. What? Oh my gosh. Dang! Hyper Game Dev team, let's go! What the what? Dang. That's interesting. So it wasn't given, it needs to like pause or something. Look at that. Oh my gosh, that is so cool. What? That's all it was. How did you figure that out? I mean, I'm sure, I mean, maybe you just guessed. But like, you know, were you like thinking, oh, it needs this or this or this? You know, like, or was that just something you just kind of, you're just trying stuff? Or maybe you like look something up? Because that's really interesting that the process, so what we had to change was process frame. There's something to do with the way the frames are being processed that if we don't tell it to wait for it to process the next frame, it won't apply the collision changes. How interesting. You can change physics properties only if you are in the process function. Whoa. So because it's the physics process, so we need to wait for that process frame. So like if I were to literally, I mean, this is going to break it, right? Can I just change physics process? Can I change physics process to process and then come over here and get rid of this? This won't work, right? I'm just messing around. I'm just trying to see what things make sense. So if we get rid of physics process, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. Let's just be clear. I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. So it's not about whether or not this is the physics process. Look up errors. Oh. Let's see. Let's see. I'm getting in the way. I'm in the way no matter what. Can't change this state while flushing queries. Use call deferred or set deferred to change monitoring state instead. Now this is from what I just did? It means you changed properties outside the process frame. Now that isn't going to give us the errors. So if I don't have that in here, let's go back to here. Let's get rid of the await. So this is just normal, physics process and everything. Collision being disabled. All right, the legs are gone. We have errors. Let's see what they look like. Damage detected. That's this. Bodypart.gd. That's our class script. Can't change this state while flushing queries. Use call deferred or set deferred to change monitoring state instead. And somehow that led you to doing this. Copy error. Oh, the error is longer. Oh, there's more info here.
Congratulations, you survived yet another year in the simulation. If
Oh, dear God, what are you talking about?
Hello, everyone.
How
This is-
dare you? Okay, let me paste this in a notepad or something. This is apparently not the entire message. Let's get that whole message here. Is there, it's gotta be a... Expand all? Oh! We can hit expand all here. I never actually tried to press that. Condition, body gets space and flushing queries is true. Physics 3D. Godot physics server 3D. Body set shape disabled. Okay, so that's what we were trying to do. Kind of, I think. Obstacle that you check area. Is that all the information? Yeah, it is. I'm still quite amazed that you were able to puzzle that out from this. I mean, I'm looking at not something that means much to me here. I'm amazed that you were able to deduce that from this. It means you changed properties outside. How? How do we change properties outside the process frame? Is it because it's our own function? Damage detection function runs async because it's a signal. You have to wait to synchronize to main process loop because physics can't be changed asynchronistically. Asynchronistically? And so, you know, taking it out of the physics process, that doesn't matter at all. So if I take this, I mean, I'm just misunderstanding it, right? By thinking this has anything to do with it. If I come to the player script and I make it not physics process, and I try to run it, and we kill the legs, we don't fall. And if I check the errors, we get the same errors. So I'm misunderstanding what physics means because it's still physics. I guess by virtue of being collision, that makes it physics. It has nothing to do with that process. It just makes it physics because it is collision. Therefore, it's physics. And then if we add this back in, it'll work right. I have to say, I really do appreciate... I feel like things control better when you take them out of the physics process. I know that's so inappropriate. Oh, look, we fell down. Nice. And there we go, we fall. I know you're like not supposed to go out of the physics process for things like this, but the controls are always so terrible when you're in the physics process. I find like things are less responsive, but maybe I'm just wrong. I could be wrong about that. Damage detected is still a signal. It's messing up physics server. Awaiting for process frame fixes it up. Well, I absolutely believe you. The proof is in the pudding. It's in the alien pudding. And also, you can die now. Like, now you die. Because when you lose all your body parts, your collision goes away and you fall and you're gone. You're gone. You die. I mean, you don't really die because you're just falling, but it's more of a full-on disappearance now. That's freaking awesome. That is, wow. I mean, that really takes understanding like how the Godot engine is working under the hood. Damage detected is still a signal. So like if we were to do this And the reason why you were able to get it to work earlier is because you weren't using a custom function. So if you know, somehow, I mean, it wouldn't work for the way we set this up. But in theory, if this was running in function process instead of damage detected, we obviously need it to be in damage detected. But in theory, if this was running in, you know, the process function, which it can't, not without being all messed up, then we wouldn't have the problem. Because it would already be synchronized with the process. Interesting. It's since we're defining our own function. And I guess there's no way, like it couldn't just happen to line up sometimes or something. It's like it fundamentally cannot line up until we tell it to wait. Like, imagine if it was, like, if we just happened to, that the damage detected function happened to run at the same time as the process, which maybe there's like an infinitesimal chance that that would happen. Would it work that one time? Or would it still not even work because it's not about lining up that timing in that way? Because they just fundamentally exist asynchronized unless they are told to sync up. And I don't expect you to answer that, but I'm just like trying to understand it. Even if it's your own function, it can be synced, but it has to be called on process or physics process function. Oh, because we're not calling it. So if I were to, and so the where we're calling it is from this messenger. Like, that's part of it. I mean, we're not really calling it there. I guess we're calling it from the script, like the obstacle script. Function ready. I mean, we're setting it up there, and we create our own thing here. If I were to say process check area, I mean, I don't know if it would even, maybe I would do it like this. I mean, that's like this, there's something I'm fundamentally misunderstanding about how things work. Now it's called by signal system, so it's called async. Interesting. It's very interesting. It's not declared. Are you sure it's not declared about? Are you sure about that? That is not declared? How is that not declared? In your case, it has to be the signal. Right. Yeah. So signals, calling a function via a signal fundamentally asynchronizes it. And that's just the way that it is. There's no changing that. There's no lining that up. If the function was called from the process, then it could line up, or maybe it even would line up. But because we're using the signal, it fundamentally can't line up. Therefore, we just have to, all we got to do is nudge it and tell it, hey, can you line up though? And it'll work. That's very interesting. You can't have same result using call deferred or set deferred. I'm going to pretend like maybe I understand that, but I promise you I don't. I certainly don't. Interesting that it comes up with like a variant autocomplete. I believe you. I believe you so much. So, okay. So, now my next question, my next real question, collision set deferred, disabled true. You can't have same result using call deferred, set deferred. Wait, where am I putting that? Why? So what I'm thinking now is, what if we want that to come back? Right? How the hell is that gonna work? Instead of, oh wait. So just forget this whole line. And instead of that, say collision set deferred. Oh, so you're saying just like this is like even don't comment this out as well? Like this just does it differently? This is interesting. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Let's get those legs busted off. Oh, oh, oh. Non-existent function set deferred in base collision shape 3D. Did I spell it right? I believe I did. I believe I did. But I think you were also, I misspelled it. Is it 1F? It's, whoa, it's 1F, 2 R's. Gotcha. To be fair, you misspelled it. But this, it doesn't matter. All right. I should have, I should have caught it. Nice. Oh, that works too. I was just typing what you told me. But you're saying you can't have the same result. Or maybe you meant that you can have the same result using call deferred. Maybe you mean you can. I mean, this is kind of a little more elegant. Although I don't necessarily understand it. And this fits the error better. This fits the error a little better. You meant can? Gotcha. I don't know what I like better. I don't know what I like better, honestly. I have no idea. I mean, if they both work. I mean, then the next thing I would think about is how we bring the collision back. So if we say health is greater than 0, we have the mesh re-showing. But what if we say collision set deferred is more performant? Let's go. Performance. I want it. Yeah, that makes sense. Disabled false. That's gotta be weird. This has to do something weird. Like, what's the chances that it actually pushes you back up? You know, I feel like we almost have to move the character up. Like jump or something. But I don't know. It'll be glitchy. Let's go. Let's glitch it. Here we go down. Bring the health back. I don't know if it did anything. I didn't even get a glitch out of it. All I wanted was a glitch. I don't know if it's touching the legs. Unfortunately, it does have to touch the legs. So let me try this. You have to force jump. Oh, yeah, we can jump. And then move, enable it back. So wait, I should try jumping, actually, now that I think about it. Let's get those legs off. Then we can jump. And let's see if we can... Interesting. So it's actually still keeping them off. I don't know if I'm not jumping high enough. Let me set the jump Let's make it 6 or something. So we jump a lot higher. Get those legs broken off. Okay, so we can jump pretty high. Now I just gotta get the health pickup without completely dying. Because if I die, I'm gonna fall out of the level. Ooh, the stakes are a little higher. I like that. Okay, here we go. Yep. So it actually still isn't re-enabling the collision somehow. It could be that I set it up wrong. But even though I'm jumping up really high, it doesn't bring the collision back. Oh, wait, it did! What? Huh? So it's not consistent. And maybe that's when you say it'll be glitchy. That's the glitchy. Like, it kind of works. Sorta. But not always or necessarily. Show how you enabled it? Yeah. So, I basically did the same thing. The set deferred, except I made it true. Let me scroll if it will allow me. Thank you. Right here. So I've got if health is greater than 0. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. I messed up. Thank you. I'm sorry. I forgot to put it in the heal. I put it in damage. I need to put it in heal. So when health +1, right? After set deferred return. Oh, we should try that. Well, let's try that too. I also put it in the wrong place. I accidentally set it after you take damage instead of after you get healed, which I think is why it must have worked, because I must have been taking damage and getting healed nearby each other and whatever. So let me see if I say, if your health is less than 4, and you hit the health, add 1, update the label, say health collected, and show the mesh. It can't be there? What does that mean? What does that mean? That's ominous. Breaking these legs, jumping over trees, falling down. Can we just clear these trees? Not really. The houses we can jump over, though. Okay. Legs are back. It collided! It works! It can't be in chicken down. Yeah. Yeah, I realized that. Yeah, I see what you're saying. But in heal it should work. It does. Now, what I'm curious about is if I have to jump. So I'm going to come back to the terrain blocks. I'm actually going to add a new health in. So we have this health. I'm going to actually copy this. I'm going to paste it in a separate one here. Let's put it in this one. I'm going to paste it in here. And this one, I'm going to get rid of the collision. Let's make it super long. Let's just stretch it out. So this way it'll hit the legs for sure. Since the legs will be underground, right? This way we know it'll hit the legs underneath the level. And we don't have to jump. That way I can see what happens if we don't jump. If it pushes us back up and what kind of glitch occurs. It should be kind of interesting. And then let me add a collision. And let's see what happens. You can make jumping different function and call it right before setting collision back. Right. Yeah. What if we don't need to? We probably do. I want to see the glitch. I'm just hungry for the glitch. All right, here we go. Glitch time. Oh, that was boring. Oh no, now I can't move. I'm stuck in the ground. There's the glitch. And there's the glitch. So it actually I'm colliding with the ground so hard that I no longer, and now it's bouncing. There's the glitch. Okay, so we do need that forced jump. We absolutely need the forced jump. Okay. I wanted to see what happened. I just wanted to know. I wanted to know. Okay, so you can make jumping a different function and call it right before setting collision back. Whoa. How do I do that? Make jumping a function. I mean, it's an input. You have a better idea? Ooh. I like the sound of that. I like the sound of better idea. I'm like having so much fun with the jump. I love this. I'm listening, by the way. I'm just gonna play the game while you figure that out, because now we have like a game. Can I jump all the way over this? Yes, I can. Almost, if I time it just right. It helps. Jumping definitely helps. It's not perfect, but it helps a little bit. Bring that leg back. Oh no! Oh, we fell. And if I don't jump right before a heal, we're in trouble. Check what height is the player. Oh, nice. And then we can just like set the player. It would be kind of nice if it was like gradual, like it animated. Because technically, right? And we can always set up a delay later, right? But technically, what I'm gonna want someday, right? Not today, but someday would be like, you know, your legs get lost, you know, the character's like, ah, falls down. And then when it gets health, it'll be like, you know, and it'll stand back up or something. So, you know, someday I'll want that. You can lerp or move toward it. Oh, yeah, right. That'll make it gradual. Gotcha. Wow, and so we'll see it rise up slowly. Okay, cool. So check what I see. That makes sense. So we're going to say, what is the height of the player right now? And I guess we have to look at like the origin and stuff. I mean, here is the player. The player transform, collision, axis lock, input, transform. Is it that 0? I mean, if I move it up, is that's not it. Do we just want like the origin, like the position of the player? And then we could just set this back to 0, because when we fall down, right, that's going to be like some negative thing. And then we could just say player Y position, go to 0, and we could lerp it or whatever as needed. I think that's what you mean. Okay, cool. It's 0, I think. Yeah, I think so too. Okay, cool. That's easy. I love that. So we come back to the script, and we say, before this goes to false, I mean, we already have the player in here as a variable. So we could say player, so you have to move toward Y. Oh, player move. Can I actually put that in here? I don't know if I can. I don't really know how to use that. But I could also just say like position Y equals 0 or something. Does that work? It's not going to be, you know, gradual. But will it work? Tween. Nice. Okay. See if I can get these legs broken off. All right, legs are broken off. Let's heal them back. I don't want that one because we don't want to have to jump. This one. Nice! Hey! Okay, but is this collision? It looks like we're hovering above the ground a little bit. Okay. Is that where we start? Do we start hovering above the ground? Have I just never noticed that we're floating? Oh, we are floating. Okay. Yes, we are floating. Okay, cool. Nice! That totally worked. So if I get the ground here, I'm just gonna scoot it up so we're not gonna be floating. Not the ground collision. I guess we do want the ground collision. I don't know. Do I want the visible or the collision? I'm not actually sure. I guess the whole thing. No, because the collision shape, I guess I need to pull the collision shape down a bit. Maybe that's what I need to do. So that way we sit further down. Am I correct? Push the collision down. Let's see if we're... Oh yeah, there we're a little closer. Nice. I mean, I would think I could just put this at 0, but evidently not. It's pretty good. We're probably... Yeah, we kind of fall into the ground a little bit. That's okay. Alright, let's try it. That might be less than ideal. Alright, so here we go. Let's go get the pickup. Bam! We're back, baby! Alright, let's do the tween. Let's go! Awesome. Wow. What an incredible help you've been. So we want to say tween. I don't know where I want to put the tween, though. Like here? I guess I'll look it up. Documentation. Please don't open online documentation. Tween. Oh, it's like a node? Oh, it says it's a class. But wait, this is a node. Wait, is it? Lightweight object is for general purposes. This must be something else. I feel like this isn't the right thing. Move toward Y. Tween Y. Tween property, tween interval. Maybe I do need to create the node? Let me go back over here. Maybe to like auto-complete it. Create tween. And then we can like define a property here. Create tween, creates a new tween and binds to this node. This is the equivalent of doing get tree bind to itself. The tween will start automatically in the next process frame. Right, but how long is the, what kind of tween? It seems ambiguous. Seems a bit ambiguous. Let's see if we can't break that leg here. Go down. Hit the big pickup. Oh, we only got 2 more HP left. Gotta be careful. Okay. Oh! Invalid get index position on base tween. Oh, okay. Oh, maybe I want to put this in here. No. I'm not sure, but that's okay. It's not really that important right now, truth be told. You know, we can solve that problem. That's like, you know, the whole animation thing. That's like a whole, that's a whole thing. I don't even know how long that animation will be. And even then, you know, we have to wait until that tween is finished before we can put the collision back. I feel like that's more complicated than we can figure out within the time frame I have. Look at that. Look at that. We can fall our legs down and we can get back up. I mean, how inspiring is that? You get knocked down, just brush yourself off. Get back up. I love it. I almost want to set up like a complete die. Maybe before I stop. Just a total die. Like if you lose... Oh, I missed your messages. If I lose all of the health, you actually die. Variable tween... Whoa. Little correction. Whoa. So we set up a variable tween get tree create tween and then we say, and is that like, is there a, it's a new line. I think you're saying that's a new line? No. Make it in heal? Oh, okay. Variable tween get tree create tween tween. Is that a new line? Property. This is one hell of a code block. Player. Then that corrected. Right. Player. It is a new line. Okay, gotcha. So oh, I see. We create the variable here. I'm not used to semicolons. I don't even know what the semicolon is, honestly. Like, what does it even do? Semicolon works, it's optional like Python. You can use it to write multiple statements on a single line. Oh, so it's like a visual thing. It breaks it up visually without it actually breaking the statement. Gotcha. Okay, so tween property, player, position. Wow. Don't use it. It's just my thing. I like it. I like it. It's so, dude, it's so much better. The line gets, with the wrapping and everything, it gets way, dude, I like it. I'm using it from other programming languages. I mean, why not? It seems like a good one. I'm gonna use it more. I'm like, dude, this is a good tip. Use a semicolon to split up a line. I hear you, like, you know, I don't have to use it, but I want to use it. I like it. Because otherwise, you know, it's going to be this like, you know, weird wrapped line where it's just kind of hard to look at. Or I don't have wrapping on. And now it's this like super long line that I can like barely read because it's so long. Heck no. Give me that semicolon. I'm here for the semicolon life. I live for it. Bring it on. All right. So then we're saying position. Another argument in here. Vector 3, player position X. Wow, there's so many arguments in here. Player position Z 3. Oh my gosh. Function vector 3 not found in self. Who am I? Is that where we have to say that it's not a function again? Like we have to tell it sort of like we did before with the string here? Not vector 3. Oh, capital V. Oh, capital V. Oh, the capital. Gotcha. Hey, wow. So we're setting a variable, so it's just a little cleaner. For tween, get tree, create tween. I understand that much. So a tween node, which we could come over here and create, or we can create it in code, just like creating a timer or something with a timeout and all that. That's what this is, except it's a tween instead of a timer. We're creating this node outside of the project scene here. And then, now that that's set, we start a new line here for the next part of this, which is, look at that tween variable that was just created, which is the tween node that's been made. And then we're defining a tween property, which if you look at the documentation, needs to be an object. So the thing that we're tweening, which in our case is the player, which is the character body 3D node. And then the property is the next argument here. The property is the position, and we have to set it as a string. Interesting. I'm surprised you can't just set it like that. I believe you that you can't, but I'm surprised that you can't. Invalid argument for tween property function. Argument 2 should be node path. Oh, interesting. And a path, I guess, has to be a string. And so it's going to interpret that string relative to that object type, that node type, which is a character body 3D. And it's going to look for a position. Node path means string. I didn't realize node path means string. I will forget that. But I now at least have encountered it. Final value. So this is what we want it to end up being, which we want to be 0. We want the position to become 0. And, but even more specific than that, we have to say the whole vector, because position isn't specific enough. So you couldn't just say position.x 0. Like, this wouldn't work. Right? If we set it up like this, I assume this wouldn't work. Let me type it correctly. I'm just curious. So if we say only position x instead of the vector, we can try. I'm curious, just for the sake of learning. And then 3 is the duration, so that's 3 seconds. And then that's, so if we pull up this, duration has to be a float. And it needed to be position 1. Oh, yeah, right. Right. Yes, that's true. I should remember that. Okay, position Y. All right. Now, this isn't what I was instructed by Marion, but I'm curious just to, like, I like to make mistakes to see, like, what I can learn from it. So if we hit it this way, it might be, like, glitchy or just not work at all. Here we go. Oh, it just snapped up. There was no type of tween there at all. It did set it to 0. It did set it to 0. Oh, because I already have this here. That's why. Because I have this here. We got to get rid of this. Okay, hold on. Let's try it again. Yeah. Okay. So, try it again. So I think it's not going to work because it didn't do the tween at all. So I would expect that indeed it won't work. I don't know why it won't work, but I know now that it won't. I do wonder why it doesn't work. Waiting for the big long health pickup so we don't have to jump. So that way we can see the tween. I think one is coming up. There it is. No tween. fail. And does the debugger report something? Oh, it sure does. Oh, it reports a lot. Started with no tweeners. Type mismatch between initial and final value. Oh. Interesting. Type mismatch. So it needs that vector. The final value, it doesn't. Oh, because it's a mismatch. Because there's an implicit initial value. It's not necessarily, we don't define, the initial value is what it is. It is the initial value, right? And the initial value isn't position.y. The initial value is vector 3, position x, y, and z. So that's why it has to be vector position x, y, z, because otherwise the final and the initial don't match. I think I understand that. So it has to be position instead of position y. Oh, okay. All right. Interesting. It's interesting. Oh, that's not what it's saying. Oh, so what you're saying, something else. Okay, hold on. So if I come in here and I say, oh, okay, position, okay. I mean, that just doesn't do anything. And that's just 0. What's it going to do with that? It just 0. Just set the position to 0. Like, it doesn't know what to do with that. It can't parse out position Y versus position. It can't seek within position to find position Y or something. And so by saying the vector 3, all right, recreate that vector. Yeah. Okay, let me put it back. I'll stop farting around. Yeah. We're just gonna undo apocalypse here. There we go. So player is the object, right? That's what they say? Yeah, object. The object that we're applying the tween to is the player, which is the character body 3D. The position is the property within the character body 3D that we want to apply more specifically the tween to. The vector 3, player position X, keep it the same. Did you define player position Y in your original? Oh, so we don't, right, so we don't have to say player position Y. We say position X, because we want to say keep it the same. Whatever it is, keep it position X. 0, because it knows X, Y, Z. So this is Y, 0, make Y 0. And then for player position Z, keep that the same. And then finally, the duration is the last one. And we want it to be 3 seconds. Okay, now let's see Marion's magic at work. Now that we kind of know how that works and how it doesn't work, let us observe the tween. All right, I gotta get past all this. Please don't die. Okay, I see a big one up there. Here we go. Oh! I still have this in here because I undid it. Wow, anticlimax. All right, one more try. Here we go. Get the legs broken off. This feels so messed up. I love it. I love how messed up it is. All right, there we go. Here comes the heel. Hey! Dun dun dun! Slow rise. I love it. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's really interesting because we can't move. Yay, it works. So we can't move while that's happening, which is interesting. And so that makes me think we need to stop the level or the terrain velocity while that's happening. So that way we're not moving forward while we're getting up. So we can have that whole 3 seconds. Yeah, it could be quicker. I don't even know. I like have no idea what that length should be. But what I do know, I also wonder if we shouldn't hard code this. Maybe a lot of these things we shouldn't hard code. You know, say, we could say stand speed. And then do variable stand speed 1.5. 0.5? Maybe. I kind of like this now. I mean, I don't really know how long it'll be. But then what I think I'd like to do is have it be able to stop the terrain movement. I know, I got more and more ideas. I'm trying to actually stop the stream, but then at the same time, I'm getting excited. Oh, I died. I died all the way. So there's that. All right, let's get all this out of here. Ooh. Ooh. Break those legs. Stand back up. That's still pretty slow. That's still pretty slow. Yeah, Storm Run, I am still going. I thought I'd be done by now too, but I keep getting new ideas and I keep wanting to do more things. All right, let's try 0.5. Your net sucked today, but I see you're making progress. Yeah, for sure. No, I am not making progress. We are making progress. Like, Marion has been so helpful. So has Marie. So has Psychonic Joe. But these last few hours, Marion's really been carrying me. Marion's been carrying me. And I'm so thankful for it. Yeah, so I've set up this health pickup. I did actually set that up. Nice, that is a good speed. 0.5 is a good speed. So we can actually, whoop, I didn't mean to do that. We can actually fall down now when our legs are broken. And then we can stand back up when we get this health pickup. It's awesome. You found a way to use Unreal Engine without internet. Really? It kept telling me you need to sign in to use UE offline. Didn't make sense. That is kind of annoying. Nice that you figured that out. Dude, that would suck. You can't develop? You can't develop? Because why? Because you're... Oh, I also need to say... Is it because you don't have internet? That's not fair. Thinking more about hard coding... If I say if the health is less than the health, that's not gonna work. How do I do that? Because I want to just like not hard code that this is less than 4. I don't even know how to say that. Reference variable. I guess I could make a separate variable for that. Reference variable default value. I guess I would need a separate variable for that. So like we could say current health, right? Yeah, absolutely. Get some sleep. Gosh, I need to get out of here too. Thank you for your help. You're most welcome. You're most welcome. I'll be here again tomorrow, same time, and then the week after that, I'll be here at the same time, Wednesday and Thursday. I was thinking of adding Tuesday streams week after next, but I might wait on that. I'm liking having some time to edit videos on Tuesdays, so we'll see. But yeah, Wednesdays and Thursdays, I'll be here 2 p.m. Eastern. Thank you so much for your help. I'm gonna make sure I upgrade your credit severely. You are deeply a member of the team. Hyper Game Devs, let's go. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the good time, and you're welcome. All right, Marion, a legend among us. Limb damage refactor, man. Where do I even, how do I even describe all the helpfulness? Like limb behavior, limb damage behavior, and oh, I like how this is slowing down my I'm dropping frames because I'm typing text. There's so much text. It's getting so big. Core limb director. I like that. But not enough. Let's say limb damage. I guess behavior works. We can always change it. But I mean, single-handedly has helped set that up. Core limb director. I don't know. Director feels like it means like they're overseeing stuff. Because what if I change it and it's crappy and now that's not the credit for them anymore? I don't know. It doesn't really make sense why that's different. I like where you're going with it though. Stormrun says, I went in my firewall and blocked access to Epic Launcher. Ooh. Then I got it to auto allow when internet is available with a script. Nerdy. Nerdy devotion. Nice one. You deserve to be able to use it offline. I wonder if that has consequences. Probably not. But it makes you wonder. I kind of want to change all the health to current health. So I'm going to find all the references to health in here. And actually, let's not call this current health right now. Let's just keep it called health. I'm going to do Control F. We're going to look for health. And then I want to do search replace. I want to replace health with current health. Replace all. And I think we should be fine, and that should still work. And then we can have, like, base health. Oh, current health detected. Oh, okay, well, we don't want that. That we did not want to update. So let me change that. It's not a great name now, health detected. It's supposed to be looking for if you've collided into a health pickup. Almost want to say it a little differently. Uh-oh. Man, finding and replacing is dangerous business. Okay, here we go. Get rid of this. Eventually here, it's gotta be good enough. My cat is about to scoot a streak of poo on the floor. Okay, so it looks like it works fine. I am getting there. You know what? I have a long way to go, Stormrun. I have a long way to go. But I am learning stuff. Thank you for saying so, because sometimes I don't... When I see there's still so much to learn, I'm like, well, I'm not there yet. I can't pat myself on the back because I'm not there yet. But yeah, I'm learning more. And honestly, I attribute it to the wonderful folks coming through here. You know, I learn a lot from tutorials, I do, but nothing compares to having, like, people there with you, you know? It's a whole other thing. I don't even think we need to declare this as an integer. I think we can just say that. And variable max health, we can say, equals 4. Me too, Stormrun! Me too! Me too. Like, I'm just so lucky to be in the presence of all these folks who are here. Like, it blows my mind. It blows my mind, you know, because, you know, sometimes I was told before I started doing streams like this, I was told I shouldn't do them because I don't know enough, right? And then that would be because this person was projecting their own, like, embarrassment, basically. You know, like, well, I would be embarrassed, they were thinking, if I went into a live stream and I didn't know a lot of things. You know, because that's kind of all we see in these game dev live streams and these coding live streams are people who are quite skilled and who know a whole bunch. But, like, what if I don't know a bunch? What if I don't know a bunch? And what if that's okay? And so, yeah, it's been really cool to see that people can enjoy participating in these streams with somebody who isn't super knowledgeable. You know, someday, if you think about it, someday I'll become knowledgeable. But maybe I'll just change. Maybe I'll just say, you know what? I'm going to go back to Unreal Engine. Now that I've mastered Godot, I'm going back to Unreal Engine. And I'm going to be a noob again. You know? There's always something to learn. It's okay not to know. Then we can learn together. I know. Learn togethers. Ooh, I like that. That's it. We're learning together. All right, this works nicely. So the other thing I was thinking is, like, while you're getting up, I'd kind of like to see, so we fall down and then you can keep moving, and that's intentional. So this is maybe a whole other stream, honestly, because I want you to move more slowly. So, like, we can speed up here. I would want to say you can't speed up. Now that you don't have 2 legs, you can no longer run extra fast, right? Like, you lose certain abilities because of that. And so, oh, that's interesting. So it's playing when we heal our arms and stuff. Even so, we kind of got to figure that out. We kind of have to say, there's a lot to set up. There's a lot to set up because the arms. So if I repair that arm, it leaps us up because it doesn't know that I only want that to happen if it's a leg that's being repaired, not an arm. So that's going to be an interesting bit of code to figure out. Because we're going to have to specify whether or not it's an arm or a leg, which might be a problem someday. That might be a problem someday. Can you control speeders to determine my missing limbs? Yeah, I can. So I noticed that that's really confusing when people are watching me play the game. And I like to think that part of that is the fact that there's no animation. So whenever I press W or forward, it speeds up. But I'm imagining once we get, like, the leg animations, you know, it'll, like, go faster. And you can see, oh, you're running faster. But it'll be interesting if that isn't the case. I just realized he's like a cowboy. I thought it was just a blob monster the other day. It is a blob monster. It's not a cowboy. Wait, you thought it was a cowboy? No, it is. It is. So this game idea, have I told you my whole game idea? This game is called Alien, well, for now, the working title is Alien Meat World. Meat spelled with an A. That is to say meat, like the stuff you eat. And so it's about these aliens who, in one of their more natural forms, look like this. They're a blob on a blob. And on their planet, they have harvested and they farm mice. Mice that have been sent into space by humans were captured by these aliens, and they survived off of these mice. Now, by survive, what I mean is, when they eat meat, they can grow stuff out of this sphere that is their body, right? This pearl that is their body. There's actually a lot even more lore to it. They actually are technically just the head. They're really just the head. This is what they actually are. But on their planet, there are space winds. There are these winds that create pearls. And they can go to those pearls and secrete saliva that has some special properties that turns those pearls into their bodies. And they also use these pearls as domiciles. They can also turn them into homes. And also ways to warp matter between time and space. They're very powerful, these pearls. But that's their body, okay? And so from those pearls, if they consume meat, they can grow limbs. Like this. So the red stuff are the meat limbs. And so these limbs are actually imitations of that which they have consumed. So if they consume mice, their limbs would be like mice limbs. But they like the limbs because they can build their homes and their civilization more easily. You know, mice have some nice hands. They can just do more. So they like having it. But they're running out of mice. They're running out of mice. And they need more meat. So they are invading Earth to get more meat. And since they're invading Earth, they can grow some more human-like limbs. I don't know about that. I think I might cut out the part where they can grow different types of limbs. I feel like they're just going to grow these types of limbs. So they can grow these limbs by consuming meat. And so the idea of the game is that when you take damage, right, and you lose these limbs, you can regenerate your limbs by eating meat. And so what I want to set up, I actually want to try to set it up tomorrow, is a way to drag the meat to a particular limb and heal that limb only, right? So you can choose how you heal your individual limbs. And that's pretty much that. So yeah, so they are aliens. They are aliens invading Earth to collect meat. And then the other thing is, not only can you choose, in theory, to drag the meat to your limbs, you can also choose to drag the meat to your score, or rather send it to your home planet, since the aliens on your home planet need more meat. And so the goal of the game is to get as much meat back home as possible. And so you're going to be using meat to heal yourself. So the more you get hurt and you have to heal yourself, the less meat you can send home. So that's kind of my idea. And I mean, it's getting there. Like, it's coming together. Could be a movie or an anime too. Hell yeah, it could. I mean, I want it to have a story. You know, I want it to start out with a cinematic. I want it to like be kind of silly and fun. I just wanted it to make sense. I don't know. I wanted it to make sense. And so that's my game idea. There's even more stuff that I have, but that's what I've got so far. At least that I can think of to say right now. Really, I should wrap up. Like, I've done so much. It's getting late. But, you know, there's a lot of stuff that I want to do. There's always going to be more stuff. There's some things to think about. I mean, if we regenerate an arm, we shouldn't take an animation to stand back up. So that needs to actually happen depending on if it's an arm or a leg. I'd also love to see that if you are standing back up, it actually stops. So moving forward actually stops. So there's a lot of things. I think I have to let it go. I think, you know what I need to do? I need to play the outro. I got to play the outro music. It's the only way to get me to stop, is if I start playing that outro music. I have to. I must. I'm required. It's been too long. I've been here too long. But that's okay. Wow. This really came together today. Like, the hit points, we can heal. Now, I don't want it to be a collision situation. I want it to be, again, you can click on it. So we'll see how that goes. I feel like that's going to be a taller order than I want it to be. But maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I'll show up tomorrow and we'll bang it out, and it'll work fantastically. I have to give major love, major shout outs to the Hyper Game devs who came through today to help me. Psychonic Joe, Marie, and Marion. Oh my gosh. You guys, wow. You all are why I chose Godot. You are why I chose Godot. Like, I love Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine was my favorite. But the community around Godot, just, I mean, it's huge and it's helpful. And there are some people like Stormrun who came through and helped me with Unreal Engine, but there's just so many more folks who come through with Godot. And you know what I'm finding? I actually really freaking love Godot. I love Godot. It's becoming my favorite, if not my favorite. So thank you for reminding me, all of y'all, why Godot is the best choice for me. And today's progress, I think, really reflects that. I mean, I would have just, man, not only would this have not had as much progress if I didn't have your help, but that progress would have been unperformant. And I would have had more problems down the line when I tried to add new features. So lucky, so thankful. I mean, I'm playing a game here. I'm straight up playing this game. Because if we lose all the health on the body, we die. We fall through the level all the way, and we just vanish, and we're gone. Rest in peace. So, I mean, this is more of a game than it's ever been. And I have you all to thank for that. So thank you. Stormrun says, I didn't get to be here the whole stream, but you're making great progress and learning this engine well. Thanks, yeah. I mean, right. I mean, you don't even have to be here all the time, right? Popping in, and it's just like, wait, this isn't where it was. Yeah. And I really have to emphasize, like, at this point, I'm playing the role of lead developer. I think that would probably be the role, right? Like, I have your game idea, I got the game idea, I know what it's supposed to be, and I'm communicating what it's supposed to be, and I'm also putting some of the pieces together. But some of that, like, institutional knowledge about how Godot works and how those features that I want should be implemented, that's coming from you all. You all are doing that, and you all are doing that amazingly. You are my team. Whether you come here just for a couple days, for a couple minutes, right? The knowledge that you drop will forever be a part of this game. This is a game that I'm gonna finish live on stream. Every single devlog will be live streamed. The only ones that you might not be able to get right away are accessible by some people. And those wonderful people are right over here. If you are a patron or a YouTube member of this channel, you will get access to the member streams. Those happen every Monday. They are art-based live streams. So here are all the ones that I've done so far. Those are the patrons. Here are the YouTube members. There are also some people on here who have donated before, but it's the ones that got the icons. If they got the icons or the stars next to their names, they're the ones who can come through to these. I do these art live streams, but they're only accessible to members or patrons. So make sure you check out patreon.com/hypergamedev or come over to the channel page and hit join. Let me show you where that is. Let me show you where that is just so you know. And then you'll be able to get access to those streams. But other than that, there's a join button. Other than that, I'm streaming the entire process here live, and I'm just so proud of the collaboration that is coming out of this. So yeah, y'all, that's it for me for now. I'll be back tomorrow. Take good care, and thank you everybody for all the help that you provided. If you were watching this after the live stream, hello! Thank you for doing that. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had fun, even if you skimmed through it. That's okay. I'm okay with that. Look at me flying. I'm a cat flying. Flying backwards? I'm a backwards flying cat. What's up? If you're watching this after the live stream, hello. Don't forget to subscribe. But if you want to watch a little bit more, you're not done yet, you can tap or click in the bottom left to watch the last episode in this live stream devlog, or you can tap and click in the bottom right to watch the next one. That won't include the member ones, but you know what to do if you want to see those. All right, bye y'all. See you, Storm Run.